Okay, gamers, how we doing? Good to see all of you. Hope you're having a wonderful day thus far. Hope you had a good weekend as well. I got inspired by a chat I was having with a couple of aspiring theory crafters over in official server, Rare Official W. Um, and I ended up coming up with a sort of a new setup, which is kind of cool. It's in the sphere of builds that utilize the pet offensively that don't completely suck. Now, it's still got a lot of the problems pets do, but it's a build around the Skag, which um which is pretty cool because the Skags have the least uh, disastrous AI. So I'll mess with that a little bit as a warm up before we go back into Tryhard Flak. How we doing, Nunu, Babu, Priz, anyone else who might be lurking about? Like Flak? Yo, same. Flackica bad? That's also true. Happy Juneteenth, Nunu, and everyone else. Jester put it best. Piss off a fascist today. Do it. Prediction. Get a world drop, Hellwalker, and a Maggie. Sure, I could do a prediction for the warm up, I guess. But I'll show off this setup first. So, Iridian Skag is a cool pet. I actually have an Iridian Skag plushie. It's over there. You can't quite see it, but on top of that dresser, of course, knocked over because cats. I got a Butt Stallion plushie. I've got a Mr. Chew. That's the regular Skag, and I've got an Iridian Skag plushie. So Iridian Skag's one of my favorites. It's got a cool attack command that I've always wanted to build around, and I never really put in a huge amount of effort towards that. But we kind of just said fuck it and did that now. And there's other stuff going on. I'm still kind of experimenting with different things. Hey Blue, how are you? But it's sort of a pet build that has enough going on in the player side that your damage doesn't completely evaporate when the pet's not doing anything. And it's sort of in a fun, gimmicky way. There's actually two conversations that I drew inspiration from. Thank you, Claptrap. There was one where someone was trying to build around Iridian Skag and they wanted some advice, so we had some conversation about that. And there was another one where someone mentioned that if flak pets aren't doing it for you, there's some that you can sort of get through gear. And that reminded me of things like OPQ drone. So we've got our OPQ up to 2 mag through mag size passive here, mag size passive here. Now I could shuffle things around, get Atlas mag size up top instead of that fire rate, and then that frees up a passive here. Might end up doing that. Maybe. We'll see. But yeah, then we got a Iridian Skag. We've given it a red suit. We've got a Terranoid, but no way of generating Terror. That's why we have Bloody Harvest event on. Hunter Seeker with Grenade Throw. Yes, this is Monkey Do, but OPQ is a Monkey Do compliant weapon, so it's fine. It could go more Monkey Do, but I wanted to keep Endurance in the blue tree. Full red tree. Yeah. Yeah, Kevin, I am doing Flak pet stuff, I know. Monkey Do fine. Yeah, totally fine. It's totally fine.
Intel says there's an elevator down to the
Right,
lower
Kevin?
levels. Make your way there and be ready for some heavy resistance. I'm counting on you, Vault Hunter.
What's the cat doing? So, Throat Ripper and Megavore and Natural Crits are all, iterating Leave No Trace pretty quickly. Since I have a 2 mag OPQ, I can ensure I always have an additional drone by just never clicking the button when I'm on 1. So I just OPQ drone spam while my Iridian Skag is just vibing in the background. So obviously all this me going down is me hitting myself with OP2 explosions and not really making particular effort not to. Cat's losing his mind. Got a good hollow point, kills the Kraken there. That's one of the best places to showcase Iridian Skag, because the attack command it does is a vacuum effect, right? And if it's got Atomic Aroma ticking doing damage, if it's got its red suit ticking doing damage, and then I've got Go for the Eyes as well. If any of those get killing blows, then and also, you know, regular for crits. If any of those get killing blows, then that enemy detonates in a hollow point, and it kills a lot of things. It's pretty fun. Hey, Jester, thank you for the 20 months. Good morning. Day 3 at M11, goddamn. I'm just messing around with the, well, we are at M11. But I'm just messing around with the setup I made last night at the moment for Vocal for a warm-up. But I'll be hopping over to the appropriate save. And we will be doing M11, just at a lower level. It's a new build I put together last night. And yeah, still making new flag builds in 2023 at over 7,000 hours in the game. Over 7,400 to be exact.
Your true nature. The hunt scene.
Blew myself up.
Valkyries fall, and death smiles.
Those are advanced mechs, but we're after something bigger. Keep going.
Cat. Let me get this cat some food real quick. Here, enjoy this being a pet build item for like 10 seconds. Hang on. Cat. Hungry, dude? Really? Okay. We're good. Yeah, I could definitely optimize this a little bit. I would probably want the Atlas Max size up here, because that then frees up artifact slot and I can grab Atlas crit over there. Perfect for Sabo rounds.
Well tracked, beast.
Oh no, that's a gamma bug. I accidentally put gamma. Okay, this is why there's like 3 gamma builds I never ended up doing build dog write-ups for, because this bug was introduced at that time and they never fixed it. See how my action skill is not active, but it's not stopping either? This only resets if you die or save quit. And it can happen anytime you very slightly miss a Gamma Burst activation. Like if it's not firmly in bounds, you just get that.
I like you when you're angry.
And I need a full cycle to end for me to get my next 2 mags back. We're running an OPQ with next 2 mags corrosive. That bonus element applies to the drones and the bullets I shoot and my hunter seekers that I throw. One of the downsides of OPQ is that it's got a pretty terrible matchup into armor, so next 2 mags corrosive helps. Really frustrating bug? Yeah, Lucas, it's I hate it. It's actively dampened my enjoyment of Gamma Burst. It's a bug they introduced in the patch that originally introduced crossplay. It's not too noticeable until you do longer activities. Because, like, what happens if you're towards the end of a Guardian takedown run? Like, you just do the rest of the takedown without your action skill? Or do you go back 10 minutes of gameplay?
Too many to count.
Can't swap action skills, right? It locks you into gamma. Yeah. So you have all of the downsides of an action skill being active with none of the upsides, is basically how it works. Like, for the purposes of, you can't change action skills, you can't change pets, because for those it's active, but you don't get access to any of the effects of Gamma Burst, any of your augments, you don't get any anoints that want action skills to be active. Nothing's starting, nothing is ending. It's just the worst possible version of Limbo.
Right now, beast.
Forgot I have that one that I can just switch to. Got a Gamma anointed one instead of the next 2 mags for situations like that. For a massive percentage of current players indulge in crossplay. Well, it happens whether or not you, like... It's just something that they baked in. So, BL3 stopped support actively in November 2021. Crossplay was earlier that year in the summer, so they had a couple patches in the summer and fall, but by that point it was sort of in maintenance mode. Like, they weren't really doing much, and any bugs that were discovered in like that last 5-6 months of the game, never addressed. Oh yeah, it was the action skill stuff was discovered. Like here's another example. That same patch also broke one of the spawn sets in the Guardian takedown of the Revenants. So if you got that RNG spawn in a particular spot in the takedown, and you did not have the ability to rocket jump, then you would be soft locked. You'd have to restart the run from the last checkpoint, because if you got Revenants in the very last room before Scourge, then the last jump pad wouldn't activate. This is, of course, when they changed that to be a jump pad instead of platforms. But that didn't fix it either. So. Yeah, and PlayStation BL3 is cursed. BL3 on specifically PlayStation 4, PS4 BL3. A lot of letters, numbers. Has always had weird things that are different about the game. Like the first couple months, theory crafters kind of thought that PlayStation players were just crying wolf, but no, Moses' means of destruction skill worked differently on that platform, so you couldn't really do grenade builds in the same way other characters or other platforms were doing it. And then like now, one of the differences is the woodblocker still has its buff on PS4, and it doesn't on other platforms. So woodblocker is like, if you were to do the old tier list thing, woodblocker is several tiers higher on PlayStation 4. Weirdly.
Now that is
There's always been weird differences.
Light that giant bastard up.
That is your target.
Yeah, Red Fang makes the better half do interesting things. Like, the better half will stick onto your pet during Red Fang, but the bottom half, no matter what you do, it always knows where you are. It's like some alien isolation AI type shit. And here you see Red Fang font, not white, working the way it's advertised.
Come on, boy, get him.
I need the pet to actually be on the boss, that's why it's not dead yet. Yeah, interestingly, Wotan is one of the areas where you get the best showing from pet setups. Because the better half will kill itself with he bites, and then the lower half will as well, as long as the pet stands on the boss. Because it has an aura that deals damage to anything standing near it, and that includes the pet.
Brilliant work, Fault Hunter. That ass kicking will make Malawan think twice before
Cat,
they
I just
come
gave
at
you
us
food.
again.
What are you doing? What are you doing? Cat, what are you doing? What is the cat doing? What's the new build? OPQ drone spam while Iridian Skag does its thing. Even though I'm sure it's not competitive, I assume Woodblocker would be banned from speedruns for that reason. It's never come up. but like I guess it would have to be a conversation. Yeah. Um, it's never come up, but it would be a conversation. And it's not necessarily that it wouldn't be competitive, because Woodblocker, with its buff, actually has a very good crit formula, because Hyperion weapons have their crit mult, sniper rifles have their crit mult, and then card crit is a separate category. So, like, it having all three while being able to roll elements is pretty good. It's just, it still would be niche. It's like it'd be a separate category, if anything. It might be one of those things where, like, yeah, it would have to be tagged differently. You can put up competitive times at PS4 frame rates, you deserve Woodblocker bonus. Fair enough. Can't really argue with that. So, explaining a little bit about what's happening here. I have Megavore, so I'm able to have that 20% chance to crit with any bullets anywhere where I hit with them. That includes my Hunter Seeker bullets, that includes my OPQ drones. But then I also have Throat Ripper and Go for the Eyes, which is making the pet crit a bunch. And for whatever reason, this doesn't apply for head count, but pet crits do iterate Leave No Trace. And they proc it as well. So Leave No Trace has a 0.3 second cooldown. That syncs up pretty nicely with OPQ alt fire, so I only outpace it if I really spam it like I was just doing while not paying much attention. But it basically means you just can infinite ammo anything that you shoot slowly enough. As long as you've got your bullets out and pet is doing its thing. If you get 100% mag size bonus, which is achievable through artifact passive plus one other source, either class mod passive or company man passive, or Mo's or Zane's skill tree, then you can have 2 mag in the alt fire, which is a nice buffer. Because if you put it to 0, it'll force you over to the main fire mode for a few seconds. We got a hollow point there. Wonderland's companion build for Wonderlands. Yeah. And the OPQ drones you create are bullets that shoot other bullets. So, like, any amp bonuses you have will increase the damage of the drone that you spawn with that amp shot. They get your next 2 mags. I can't remember how they handle Two Fang. That's handled differently across different kinds of drones. How they handle Two Fang Wish playing dirty. And it's a non-elemental gun that has an effect that triggers shock damage, meaning Monkey Dew doesn't penalize this gun at all, because it's already non-elemental. So we grab the single point in Monkey Dew for its damage boost for flak doesn't scale up with point investment. So we get the same value at 1 as we would at 5. The pet would get more out of more points, but we just don't have that many skill tree points available. I could go non-red fang, do roll reversal, and that would give me infinite grenades as well, but consider shield break amp and the shield for the main. I did consider it. I ended up going with the attack command one and then just leaving Bloody Harvest on because if a ghost happens to hit me, then I can get that bonus element for the pet, and that's funny. I was trying Toboggan with this before Company Man, and it definitely works well. It's just one of those things where I'm way too lazy to slide before every shot.
Even as a flock, the Valkyries couldn't.
I was just curious. It's Ridian Skag OPQ drone spam stuff that I was messing around with. Find the person that invented the chocolate flavored bang and have a few words. I just want to talk. Oh, how you doing, Ember? Good morning. Kind of funny how much OPQ drones have in common with launcher best practices. They're functionally the same as using a hive. You make all the same choices, except you get more value out of bullet-based interactions that you would have shied away from because of how rocket projectiles handle those things. So like next 2 mags is the only real difference. Otherwise, you handle it just exactly the way you would a hive. It's pretty funny. Day 2 stream, how long it take to reach max level? We still haven't yet, Vibes. I'm just warming up with another build right now. Doing a couple runs. Because I made another black build last night, and I feel like playing it. Oh damn, that was fast. Yeah, I'm not that good. Alright, wasn't the best start to my morning, but it's my one day off. I'm trying to enjoy it. Hey, that's all you can do at the end of the day. Or start of the day. Middle of the day. It's all you could do in the shadow of the day. Alright, now Linkin Park stuck in my head. You get what I'm getting at. Wish I had more grenades. Yeah, I guess more than OK Boomer would be optimal here, but like big kick energy would be pretty silly. I'm doing M11 though. Hey, my Gamma Burst is back.
Make me proud.
It's just so silly. They're lazy mentioning the action skills glitching starter notice happened like 5 times the other day. They made it know as a thing. Yeah, it's extremely frustrating. Each action skill has a different way it can break. The only one that I've never seen an action skill bug with is Downfall, interestingly. I've seen it, and maybe that's me not using Downfall enough, but every other action skill I can think of has a way where it can either misfire or do something strange that you can trace back to that patch. Primary fire and OPQ is still good? Yeah, Revy, it's still good. It's one of those things where, so there's a couple guns, coincidentally they're in the AR category, that are overrated. That doesn't mean they're not good, but they're overrated because when Mayhem 2.0 first came out, weapon viability was not as low as people said it was, but it was more restricted than it is now. And some of the guns that performed well at that time in any gun build that you didn't have to stress too much about were the Monarch, the OPQ, and the No Pew Pew. Coincidentally, 3 ARs. They were all new at the time, and they're all good. Ever since then, people were like calling them OP and stuff. The Monarch OP stuff died down a little bit, but note that they never changed the Monarch. The No Pew Pew only got buffed since then, and the OPQ's only change was the alt fire had its fire rate nerfed. So the only thing they did to those guns. They were never overpowered, it's just people weren't understanding how they compared to other options. And now, years later, with more understanding of the game community-wide, there's definitely better guns than them for a lot of purposes. Like, there's no case where OPQ is, like, quote-unquote, best gun. It's kind of like Hellwalker and Light Show in that it's good. It'll rarely be a problem for you. But it's not, like, best. Unless you're building to its use specifically. But the shorter answer is, yeah, it's good.
Now that is definitely your target. Light that giant bastard up.
Mr. Sean, how you doing? Ooh, good hollow point there. I got you trigger happy. Good one, Pet.
Death is takedown for thee.
That's that.
Brilliant work, Vault Hunter.
Monarch was one of the reasons I quit, because it straight up was the dictator, but better in my eyes. So, in terms of how you use it, it's exactly the same use cases as the dictator, and like down to the bipod. But I really do want to highlight that the dictator wasn't killed by the Monarch, the dictator was killed by them never buffing the dictator. Because that's still true in story playthroughs. The dictator is even comparatively weak to like every other assault rifle at lower levels. Before the Monarch is even available, the dictator has been replaced by the likes of the Star Helix, which you get earlier in the story, and it does more damage. And it has fewer downsides. Like, yeah, the Monarch makes the dictator look really bad by comparison. Boomsicle just exists. Yeah, you use that one differently, obviously, but like a lot of other ARs crept out the dictator to the point where if the Monarch never existed, dictator would still never see use. OPQ did get hit harder than most guns by 300 over 90 nerf, but that was past its prime. Right, by that point, people had more thoroughly converted over to the church of splash guns, direct splash guns. OPQ explosion is splash, but its bullets are not splash. Kind of like Bloodstar Beast has a similar issue where it's good, but because it's not always splash, it does lose to things that are similarly good but are always splash. They got one in Promethea once and just felt bad. Yeah, the Dictator just doesn't feel good. And I say that with a heavy heart because Dictator was one of my favorite guns. The first YouTube content I ever made was a Zane Dictator build. It makes me sad. Let me get this cat some water while we load in on the actual Tryhard flag save. Hang on. Give me a second.
A hunt with a bounty. That would buy a lot of chew toys.
I have a new mission that will appeal to your sense of adventure, as well as your trigger finger. Come to my lab.
Okay, I'm back. Right, I still don't handle the bank thing. We can get rid of most of this stuff because now that we're on Mayhem 11, I can just time an armory to victory. I forgot to do Borderlands Science to get more points for loot booster. That's unfortunate. I'd have to and I can solve that and the bank issue at once by just restarting my game real quick. That seems like effort though, so I'm just not gonna do that. Instead, I'm gonna make things more difficult for myself. We not need. Drop that. Drop that. Drop that. Okay. So we're gonna hit the Diamond Armory. Because we're in Mayhem levels, everything will be anointed, so we can do actual build crafting with the stuff in here. Getting an anointed stinger means we can just start doing rack stab. We also have access to gun anoints, like you rad now. Let's see what we got here. A lot of stopgaps. Anointed front loader. There's a stinger. It's not Ellie, but it is a stinger. Anointed O.M is also really good. The circle it drops is just insane formula-wise, and it's also a good amp shield. I'll take the stinger. Find red suit in here. No, but because it's a quest reward from the Vaughn mission in the story, the Vaughn vehicle mission, you can get an Uros vendor. You don't have to go farm it. Hey, reflux. Ooh, we could do early reflux. Very early reflux. There's a Kaisen.
When did you eat that?
I don't think... I think that's burst fire. That fire rate looks like burst fire, and it's a good mag. But, not LE burst fire. Corrosive Heartbreaker. Ooh, that's super tempting. Corrosive Heartbreaker is one of the many shotguns that out DPSs a Hellwalker in Flax hands, by the way. Yeah, the only answer here is we gotta take this reflux, because that's a max damage? No, it's max crit. It's max crit. Minimum mag. Okay, since full auto, just a bunch of fire rate parts. Ah, cool. Cool. I normally assume that fire rate over 10 on dolls is burst fire, but maybe that's me being programmed by early BL3 Nighthawking. We always look for fire rate. I think 11 and up is burst fire. And burst fire shoots faster than full auto on Nighthawking. I think that's where my brain went. Burst fire KSN is 14. Gotcha. I guess it's cloning Hunter Seeker. We're just gonna hit the armory again anyway, so. Firebolt goes on the ground. Drop the old stinger. Drop that Whispering Ice too. Wait for the animation to finish here. The Duke. It's a funny gun, to be honest. I mean, it's one of those things that should be a lot better than it is, because you'd think a Jacobs pistol that removes one of the downsides of Jacobs, that being that they're rarely splash guns. You'd think that that would be good, but no, its damage is just too pitiful for that to even save it. So here's a much worse reflux. Yeah, higher mag, lower crit. Glad we took the one we took. Hey, a Smog. Ooh. Smog is actually crazy here.
I suppose I'll take that.
Smog's amp it gives you is just raw gun damage. And this is a GTD drop for a reason. This gun, if you get it earlier than that, is like kind of silly. What's the roll on my reflex? 185. Yeah, we have... I think we do have max damage. Cool. Because that's lower crit, but same damage. Head Explosion fair. Head Explosion's a good gun. Better than most snipers. Most traditional snipers, I should say. We got a DNA, we got a Corrosive Eruption. Diamond Armory is so crazy with what you can get in here. Scoville, which is actually pretty hard to get. Outside of Crew Challenge, this is the only way to get it. Little Yeety, it's a fun gun. We're taking the Smog. Yeah, Head Explosion is another of those guns that's always been good, but because it's in that category of it's a vanilla, it's a day one item that is dedicated source only. So a lot of people just have never seen it. It's like if the Cobra in BL2 was actually good. That's the Head Explosion. There's dedicated only guns. Yeah, there's a lot of dedicated only items in this game. Plus hours. Yeah, you see, it's something people don't really know about. When this game first came out, uh, the only sourced items, the only dedicated drops at all, were the Dedi only items. Everything else was like world drop or quest reward. What, like 24 items that are sourced when the game came out? To reflect Beskar with an Anoint, so we definitely take that. You got the Garcia, the Masterwork crossbow, the Headsplosion, the Hive, the Chupa's organ. Creeping Death, Redline, Sledge's shotgun. There's a lot of dedicated only items in this game. Yeah, you guys are listing them off. Lending, Mind Killer. How you doing, Ken? Playing Pokemon because my internet's been disconnected for 3 days. Oh, sorry, Irish. I've been playing a lot of Showdown the last couple days because they're suspect testing Ursaluna and Doubles OU. As they should, because Ursaluna is a fucking broken Pokemon. But I've started an alt account and I've just been climbing the ladder. There's been some really interesting teams. The most frustrating shit I've ever seen on Showdown happened to me. This person had a Mew with Imprison and like as their Trick Room setter and Transform. So like I imprisoned their Trick Room, so they and then I switched. So then they imprisoned, but then transformed into my Skeledirge. So my Skeledirge couldn't use any of its moves, but because I also have Fluttermane, my Fluttermane couldn't use its Shadow Ball either. So I'm just sitting there like, and my Skeledirge has Protect, so I couldn't use Shadow Ball or Protect across my entire team. So I'm just sitting there like, and then they put a Farigiraf next to it, so I couldn't use priority moves either. So my Palafin couldn't Jet Punch or Protect. It was real toxic. I know a lot of you have no idea what any of the words I just said mean, but just know that someone had a incredibly toxic "no, you're not allowed to play the game" team, and it worked. How's Cloudkill fare? Not well. It's never been balanced. It's never been buffed or anything. It's an item you can only get on level and anointed if you play through TVHM, so most players don't even have an on level one. Pokemon meta being annoying? Never. Understand more of that than I should, which is your fault. I will take responsibility. Put on the Beskar here. These are anointed, which is nice. We could do DLC2 and get a Pearl. Just use that. I kind of hesitate to get that at a lower level because the mag size will fall off.
Malawan's licking its wounds after the drubbing we gave him.
But
I've picked up some scary intel.
the damage bonus would hold up well.
A new weapon. If it's deployed on Promethea, we're toast. Go to their research facility and knock some sense into them.
Have a look at that crystal, will you? Using that crystal I retrieved on the Iridian homeworld, I have detected...
I think the organ was the only one on the list I ever got because we've been crew challenge kill.
Minos Prime is a well-settled planet. Perhaps we can enlist the help of some locals to track down the source.
Yeah, it's always interesting to me how much focus the fandom puts on, like, oh, bring back these items from previous games. Or we want dedicated farms, and then like they have items that are in both of those categories that a large portion of the player base doesn't even know exists.
Need some work. I got some
Like
for you.
the Hive and the Hellfire are returning items that are Dedi only, yet there's a lot of people who don't know either in this game. Cryo, really? We have that. Well, I guess I'm changing grenades. See, this one has weapon crit. Got less Hunter's Eye, more Frenzy. The one with Hunter's Eye is better. What's Hyperion gun damage with like 4% lol? Mag size. Stick with the one I'm using. Yeah, stick with the one I'm using. What's the aerial accuracy gimmick, Jacob Shoddy? Nimble Jack, which has seen a lot of use in the speedrun of the game. Another Daddy only item. Playing Y, forgot I had a full odds shiny Meowstic. Nice. Hey, Star Helix. AKA better dictator. Or Tremel on takedown speedrunning by me. You did do that. You did do that.
Hey there.
We do Mysterious Leer now, actually. Get Anointed Revolters from there without having to hit the armory. Also just unlocking this questline, because we can get other stuff like, once we do have the points to put on the loot booster again, I can farm for Company Man without having to do Hemo. Is Distributed Denial any good? So, like, the default answer there is no, but it's no with an asterisk next to it, because there's a couple of shields and interactions that you can get some cool value out of. Are those more worthwhile than doing anything with any other action skill? No, but there are some cool things you can do. Unfortunately, Distributed Denial just straight up doesn't work with a lot of shield effects you'd expect it to. And even some it does work with, it handles weirdly. Like, for example, amp shields. It will only give an amp shot once. So, like, if you have Distributed Denial, you have an amp shield equipped, you put it down. Anyone who goes in your shield gets one amp shot. Doesn't matter if their shield remains full afterwards, they only get one. Should I try a Nuzlocke on Y? I've never tried one. Yeah, why not?
Yes.
Why not? Huh?
Your hunt is over.
That smog's good. What else do I have equipped right now? Oh, these will all be very out-leveled at this point. How would this King's Call do? Curious. Not awful. Yeah, keep in mind we jumped to, Mayhem 10, so I need to be very picky what I use. I should be going non-gun at this point. But I want to shoot the smog. Got a King's Call? Yeah, from the story kill. Irene. We went to Mayhem 11, so it's now 10 levels under, but yeah. fact that that still does damage. I can punch bot with this. It's weak enough now that I can just stack it on enemies. Good info to have. This rubies will probably not be doing much damage anymore. Ooh, we got this fearmonger. Fearmonger the goat. Fine. Anyway.
Pocket rats.
Now we rack attack and do massively more damage. Because gun game, by the way. Tried farming with that for a while, never dropped for me. It's that's another of the dedicated only items, actually. King's Call, Queen's Call. That one did get a little more popularity. So people at least know it exists, but yeah, it's another in that category of launch dedicated only items. One that really got forgotten about is the Occultist. It's a Torg pistol that drops from Troy. And A, people never farm Troy, but B, it's weird because the Occultist used to be a guaranteed drop from Troy. So it was impossible not to get it, because you have to kill Troy to beat the story. So every player who played the game and completed the story in like the first 2 months has seen an Occultist at least once. But it's an item that's never been buffed, and most people don't know it exists now.
A hunt with a bounty. That would
It
buy
still
a lot
drops,
of
it's just not guaranteed anymore.
chew toys.
I want to switch to Cartel Event. Why not? It's event the best. How are you? Get me even more obscure with these drops. Do it. Do it. About that thumper. I got one during the playthrough on this character.
Death matters. Bind him aboard. Sanctuary and cover.
Evan, stop doing that to your... He screams for water and then just knocks the bowl over. Yeah, yeah. Right. Excuse me. Anyone used the Bone Shredder recently? Right, Bone Shredder is a unique blue returning item, Daddy drop only. It's not very good, but it was at least used when the game first came out. Want better rolls. Hey Perrick, how you doing? Love to see more guaranteed story uniques. They're often the most interesting weapons. You see, I agree with you, but there's a very vocal, like, category of player that hates the idea of being given uniques. Like, if you don't get it through save quitting something, they don't want it. Guess I'll use the luck one because it's funnier. a love for the hunted crew. Yeah, those were for a while 2 of the 3 were bugged, so only one of them actually dropped. But yeah, that's those aren't dedicated only. They're actually in the world drop pool as well. It's very interesting. They're in the legendary pool. In every capacity. So like you get them from vendors, gun, a Lilith's chest, all those things. In that vocal group will fight. Don't fight my group. How you doing, vocal? Hunted is, I can't speak, Huntress is not. Huntress is not in the world drop. So I guess maybe Huntress is still dedicated and then hunted. I swear Hunter. Yeah, hunted is in world drop. I'm trying to remember if I've specifically seen Huntress or hunted. Or a hunter. It's hunter, hunted, huntress. Yeah, 2 of them were not obtainable for a while. They might have never actually put 2 of them into the world drop pool. Yeah. See, I learned something today. Convention I worked on happened this weekend, so I'm charged with positive energy now. How are you? I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good. Can't complain too much. I'm just vibing, enjoying flack stuff and things and stuff. Oh, there it is. There it is. Yeah, we win the game. Hunter is quest reward from Mordecai Quest and Conrad's. Huntress is from Antelope. And then Hunted is just a legendary. He doesn't love loading and throwing a fastball, seeing if you gotta drop and quitting out. Some people live for that shit. And who am I to be the arbiter of fun? It's just not fun for me. For BL1, got a level 20 Hellfire, carry me through the rest of the game plus DLC. Yeah, you could do that with under-leveled guns in BL1. Which is why I find it amusing when people act as if that hasn't been series tradition.
Something for me?
That's a thing in every game. It's probably hardest to do in TPS, but it's doable in every one of the games. Massively under-leveled uniques just carry you.
Feel the bloodlust.
We can go get a rack pack whenever we want as well.
Pocket racks.
Now, amusingly, Bounty Hunter is so fundamentally busted that it's more damage than Rack Pack is, but Rack Pack is stylish as hell. Math-wise, hardest BL2, TPS having tighter balancing should win it though. I mean, BL2 you are more easily able to acquire the item itself was my reasoning. It's very easy to get uniques that bust the game for you, or even non-uniques, like whenever you want if you have some game knowledge there. With TPS, actually getting items early is tough. Unless you're willing to sit in front of a vendor. Not doing Peregrine stuff, but I couldn't get one. Not the Doctor boss fight yet. I usually farm my Peregrines from Blister Pus, Jacqueline. General Blister Pus, the named enemy that spawns in the Pat side mission. Because it's a much faster farm than Benedict. That early into the DLC? Yeah, it's like right after Evil Brick and Mordecai, I think.
Racks up my sleeve.
If I'm remembering correctly. Killed Maiko with the rest of the Tire Claws during the Clouds takeover. That's one of those things that I... like, she sucks. The only thing that keeps her alive is, unless I provoke it, Judy gets mad at me. And even if you do provoke it, then you get Tom killed. So, like, Maiko's outcome of that storyline of, like, preserving the status quo, except she had a successful power grab, is technically the fewest casualties, but, like, the status quo remains intact. So it's very muddy, like, what's the best outcome of this quest? I don't know. Because the quote-unquote best outcome involves one of your friends being very angry at you, and at least a couple people you know getting killed. Like, She's just as bad as Woodman as a boss. Right. So, like, if you leave her in charge, or more Evelyns are gonna happen. Even if she's technically not as bad as the Tiger Claws. Because she's capable of empathy, she just chooses to turn it off 100% of the time. Which arguably makes her a worse kind of monster. Because she knows what she's doing is bad. Judy actually does get over us killing her. Yeah. Still, for getting mad in the moment's like an understandable reaction. And she doesn't even really hold it against you for more than a couple seconds if you make certain choices. Like, if you thirst the kill, she kind of knows and gets real mad. But, like, if it just sort of happened, then she's like, yeah, whatever, you tried. Really need to replay Cyberpunk? Do it, Vocal. It's such a good game. And, like, I'm not saying that ironically or anything. If you play it on not a PS4, and you just enjoy good world building, and a lot of moral ambiguity and storytelling, then, like, yeah, it's a vibe. Hey, Game Mod, how you doing? Hey, Sora, how are you? Probably mess around with some mods though, saw some really cool stuff there. Yeah, definitely do that. Do that. Now would be the time as well, because as with, I'm sure you know from Bethesda games, every time a patch comes out, some of the existing mods break, and we're getting the biggest update like in the game's history in 3 months. So like, if you want to mess around with any mods while they still work for sure, yeah, now would be the time. Probably mess around with... Oh, yeah, I read that. My brain don't work. I need coffee. Here. Enemies. Kill yourself on my shield. Got my new PC ordered. When it gets here, I'm not sure whether I'm doing a Cyberpunk playthrough first or a Witcher 3 playthrough first. Definitely doing a max graphics CDPR game playthrough. I've got some Cyberpunk bias there myself. Witcher 3 is one of those games I really immensely enjoy watching other people play it. I don't like the gameplay myself. Mr. Madness, how you doing? One of the easiest farms, Katagawa. I mean, yeah. But what's that have to do with anything? Hope you have a nice day, Quaggington Bear. I appreciate that, sir. I hope you do too. While The Witcher 3 on sale for $5 3 years ago, never bothered to play it. I've tried to play it 3 separate times, and the core gameplay, the core combat loop, I can't vibe with it. I just don't like it. It's not fun to me. It's actively unfun. I don't know what it is, but each time I've tried it, it's been like, Leveled up again already? Wow. We get a ton of XP on Mayhem. Optimally, for what I'm doing right now, Grim Harvest would be pretty good. Like, going down blue and getting pack tactics is the actual plan. Yeah, we can respec later. Last name Martyr, welcome in. Twitch recommendations have been good so far. Hey, I'm glad to hear that. Very glad to hear that. Morning, Jedi Monkey. Big Witcher 3 fan. It's just that I played it so many times. Right. There's some games that are like in my top 5 of all time, but I haven't played them in years because I've played them enough times where it's like, okay, I know how this is gonna go. KOTOR 2 is like that for me. I never shut up about how much I love that game. It's been 2 years since the last time I played it. Problem when Steam sales roll around. Usually I'll grab a couple games and then they'll sit in the backlog for 2 years and then I'll eventually get around to them. That's what I did with Devil May Cry 5. That with Nier. A couple things I've picked up that I still haven't played. Look at that World Drop Rocket Pop. This gun's underrated. It's actually quite good. I just don't have inventory right now. I think I bought Witcher 3 on launch, so I've only played it for half an hour. It's one of those games that people forget because of how well it's received now, but it had a terrible launch. CDPR isn't actually good at launching games. But post-launch support. We can kill Sumo another time now, too. I gotta do a geared Rough Rider with Deathless Relic run to see how long before I lose my sanity of going down repeatedly. What character were you thinking of? Did you have anything in mind there yet? Because there's definitely... Oh, that barrel went crazy. There's definitely some characters it would be more frustrating with than others. Rocket pod twice, that's a weird coincidence. That sounds fun, that sounds like hell. There's two kinds of gamer. Zane would be my pick. Yeah, barrier... all the action skills except Mantis would be pretty useful there. Like, you can spam grenades infinitely from cover on Zane, because Pocket Full of Nades gives you infinite grenades. Sentinel persists when you go down. Clone persists when you go down and pulls aggro. Barrier makes you immune from things outside of the barrier. He'd be one of the better picks. I'd pretty much say not Amara would be the idea for that run, because Amara doesn't have any way of, like, preventing damage outright. Whereas everyone else does. Like, you could even Iron Bear on Mo's, and even with the low HP pool, as long as you're lighting things on fire, biofuel will keep you alive. It's really just a not Amara challenge. And even then, you could do it on Amara. It's just, there'd be some frustrating sections where you'd have to play extremely passively. You could absolutely not use Phase Flare. Unless you're against a boss that you know isn't going to hit you. Because Phase Flare goes away when you go down. And it's a pretty large window of time where you're setting it up before it's even doing anything. If not Zane, I'd pick Mo's. Yeah, I copy-pasted. Respect.
I heard blood. Whatever it is, I am in. What's our quarry?
Yeah, like, Mo's doesn't have that many ways of directly preventing the damage either, but Mo's loses the least from going down out of all the characters. So, like, you could just hang out and fight for your life and keep throwing grenades. You can set up Auto Bear and then take cover. You can set Iron Cup loose and take cover. You can get in Iron Bear and then tank with biofuel. You got lots of options. Sentinel active cryo, does that only count for guns? Yes. It's for bullets. It's functionally exactly the same as next to max cryo, Messima. They calculate the exact same way, they're the same value, they apply to the same things.
I will scour the galaxy to find them, but that could take a while.
Turning into an Elder Tar to evade taxes. You okay, Sora? You good, homie? It's knee deep in Fallout 4 and Witcher 3 came out, so I was able to let them get a patch or two in before I played. Definitely made it a smoother experience. Yeah. It's really unfortunate when a game, like, you get your hands on a game when it's at its most flawed, because for a lot of people that can color the opinion and then they never come back. But there are success stories of games where, you know, people forget that that ever happened, like The Witcher 3. And then there's games where people acknowledge it happened, but for the most part, understand that it's, the criticism no longer applies. And that's with No Man's Sky, for example. Writing my to-do list. Ah, fair enough. Fair enough.
Ready for a fight? A hunt with a bounty. That would buy a lot of chew toys.
So playthrough-wise recently, I've done Amara, Zane, and Flack. I want to do a Moe's one at some point soon. But, like, I gotta think of a rule set. Gunless modes won't really be interesting at all. It'll just be not even a challenge run at all. Not even a little bit ever at any point. The last two Moe's playthroughs I did before that, I did a sniper one, did a reload Moe's. ASC lifesteal, that's bullets only as well. My to-do list is Pan Am and a tank. Bonk. Yeah. Iron Bear Fist only.
That would buy a lot of chew toys.
See, that sounds fun. Just a Bear Fist playthrough. There'd definitely be things where I couldn't punch, though. You totally punch. How am I punching Hemovorus in the flying face? Or Wotan's better half?
Swarm!
It's a ranged fifth augment. I forgot that existed. You're absolutely right. It sucks, but it works. No, you're right. That does bring it to the realm of technically possible. Fuck it, we'll do that. I like it. Wait, really? Yeah. That'll be the next playthrough I do. There's a clip somewhere in front of me using a mega buff version of that versus Woden. Yeah, it'll be miserable at endgame, but it'll be funny. Secret at 1 for Speed Demon. Yeah, I always go to 1 as soon as I can on setups where I know I don't need to care about guns.
Run, you weakling!
Interesting thing about that run will be, though, like, will we allow me to do arms race normally to get a flame comp? Because that kind of completely changes how I handle such a run. How's that element matchup going to be versus Hemo? Terrible. Iron Bear is already not particularly good against Hemo if you're using anything other than Sabo rounds. Because Iron Bear's damage sucks compared to other action skills. I enjoy bringing that up every chance I can, because it surprises people. But no, Iron Bear is not high up on the action skill damage pecking order. All Iron Bear is efficient. You have to farm arms race to go for it. Well, the thing about the flame comm is like what it rolls barely matters. Like, sure, splash damage, splash radius, action skill damage are beneficial passives, but like outside of that, basically nothing about it matters. And action skill damage is going to be additive with the stat we already have. Splash damage is going to be additive with the stat we already have. Splash radius is the only one that makes a meaningful difference. It's like, whatever. Flame comm stats barely matter. So it would just be going until I get a drop. Would be very annoying, but... Iron Bear Fist don't get melee damage buffs, they get ability damage buffs, which is odd but understandable. Well, yeah, they're not melee. They're Iron Bear. Of course it gets action skill, because it's Iron Bear. It is not melee. I always forget what I have to interact with in these. Like, every time. I do also love Bloomin' Onion. Yo, that sounds so good right now. Bloomin' Onion is absolutely worth the 3 hours of farting it causes. You know I'm right, Soccer. You know I'm correct. Hi, Fan. How you doing? Good to see you. Your ads for everything? Yes. How much Guardian rank do you need to max out all the skills? You mean just getting each of the perks? Not much. 125 in 3 categories, so whatever 125 times 3 is, yeah, so not much. In terms of maxing out the stats, you never will. No human will. Bravest of people must make the biggest of sacrifices. First slot AoE toboggan drop, pain.
Pocket rats.
Yes, this is a Splug Deathless, so we have been holding back. We've been letting the enemies believe they have a chance. More accurately, we were fighting in water, so I didn't want to ground slam, but you rad Sparkplug Deathless.
And no one will board.
You know, we're just kind of... we win. Like, we could probably do Malawan takedown right now at level 42. It's minimum level 50. It will not scale below level 50. We could probably do it. I love you, bitch. Never gonna stop loving you, bitch. Shit's stuck in my head. FL4 Echo Cast needs a modifier to cover the ground in water. You're toxic. Fake friend. You would wish Borderlands water upon me?
Well,
Let's see what you hide.
In a heartbeat. Wow. Okay.
Deal with
Okay.
these.
Loki, you want to do the same run? The bear fist run? Do it. It costs 1,000 bits. You gotta make it cost way more than that. Already electrified water. That's so mean.
Distract them.
No. Not how that was supposed to go. Trying to be cheeky and schluter this guy. Going.
Your life is
That was not worth the effort.
undone.
You get an Anointed Mesmer though. Means I could drop the one I have. Blacker served me well, but we've out-leveled it. Play? You wanna? I have to open this one. Cool. I'll take Flak that game, just one playthrough. I already did that way long ago. After 72 M10 was out, Xbox One. Definitely go to endgame for most. Fair enough. When you go save Delamain or his kids, his whole garage is electrified. You parkour around, realize you've got the perk that makes you immune to shock. Oh no.
You've got a nose for treasure, I see.
You take the perk for knockdown immunity just to stand in traffic and flip off the aggressive drivers, or are you normal?
When did you eat that?
Wait, you're kind of far. Why are you over there? Did you get stuck? Wait, Clay got stuck at the other end of the map. What the fuck, man? If I had a rocket, I could rocket jump up there. Do I have to actually run all the way around? That's so obnoxious. That is incredibly annoying. I gotta run through that entire map again to get to Clay to turn in the quest, because I don't know what happens if I save quit here. You never know which quests you can and can't save quit during, because it completely breaks some of them. Gonna go for a bit what happened so far. Clay got stuck, forcing us to run all the way around the map that we just cleared. I'm gonna do true melee playthroughs on all 4 Vault Hunters. In terms of the early game experience, I suppose Zane would be awkward. Zane before getting skill points, because like you'd have the early move speed. That'd be nice, but you wouldn't really have any formula. I suppose you could go for Psycho Stabber and you'd have enough for a little while. But you'd really need to stress your class mod usage. Like, you probably want to get a conductor ASAP. And like, forcing an early Ionic Disruptor would be pretty good. You can't get Unleash the Dragon during playthroughs, because it's a Mayhem 1 drop. Mayhem 1 plus. Like, Amara obviously has the easiest time because she has the earliest support for it, but Moze gets some pretty good stuff. She just gets formula. Like, you get a flare comm on Moze, you give bare fists to Cub, and you can just punch pretty hard. And she can short fuse off of Disruptor Dot as well.
That would buy a lot of chew toys.
Flak, you can just go into Fade Away and have the pet tank for you, and pretty solid. Flak's just got good damage formula. And the invisibility with the taunts lets you just kind of punch with impunity. Right away? No. But you get all the other bonuses from being in Fade Away, which is 25% movement speed, health regen, any action skill active bonuses you might want. We could reroll this to action skill start now. No, let's hit for another one. White Elephant Moze. White Elephant is just kind of always fighting against static charge. And it's very hard to ever really justify White Elephant over static charge. There's some cases where you can, but that's like theoretical models. Because White Elephant is chance to apply, and then the element of the bomb it gives you is also random. And it's time delayed damage, where a static charge always does what it does on every hit and gives you multi-target. Gives you single target, gives you multi-target. It's very hard to argue for anything that isn't static charge in practical terms. Kind of funny, there's a mag foregrip on Torque Shotguns, gives 10% more mag, yet all Torque Shotguns, excluding Redline, got a mag range of 2 to 5. Listen, it helps the ammo regen a tiny bit. Oh hey, Corrosive Stinger with action skill start. Literally exactly what I wanted. Okay. Thank you, game. The really broken skills from Guardian, just get them all. Overkill, I mean, if you're playing gun builds, Overkill's pretty good. Playing gun builds with compliant weapons, but there's lots of good stuff. We can reload cancel Gargoyle, reload cancel Eruption. Perhaps is really good on Fly. EMP5 for movement speed. Take the Eruption. We'll be goofy. Patch for Crad Champions. They added barrels and also mines. I still haven't played that. I own the game. I still haven't played it. I don't want any of these. I don't have inventory space anyway, so we're just gonna leave. The guardian rank perk question, like, topped off is 200% cooldown, so like obviously topped off is incredible. Shield reboot allows you to do a lot more shield interactions. So like that's really strong as well. Cook a combo is access to V1, which is a multiplier that otherwise is only found in Flax Tree, on Moses Flare Com, on the Victory Rush artifact, on the Terra Damage and Fire Rate Anoint. So this is the only way every character gets access to it without requiring a gear slot. Hollow Point is broken. Command and Slam enables you to do the ground slam stuff that I like doing so much. Harmageddon is huge damage formula wise, particularly if you're Flak, because you otherwise don't have access to this at all. Too Angry to Die, like there's too many things in here that are good to list, and it's not particularly difficult to get all of them, so just get all of them. I feel that. I own the game. Have you played it? I own the game. Yeah.
Please come see me.
Yep. Voodoo Cross Canyon? Yeah, I guess we can do that. I would like a rack pack though. Which trial is rack pack, chat? Is that cunning?
Hey, got any spare change?
You will be paid. Check back later.
Cunning, yeah.
Hey,
Let's get all the proving grounds. Because I'd like to farm Trial of Cunning for rack pack for a little bit. Of course, we could get it from the Malawan takedown as well, but like I'd rather have it before we go to Malawan. You played Brotato? I have not. It's another thing that was recommended to me, and that one I didn't actually end up getting. Curious how Theory Crafters would do with its builds. Holo speaks very highly of Brotato, and before I knew that it was a game, like I had a very confusing DM. Holo just DM'd me Brotato, like that was the whole message, no context, nothing else. And then like later that day, she was like, "Yeah, it's this. You'd like it." But you can imagine my confusion. I was not sure what was being discussed.
Feel the bloodlust. Distract them.
Hey Dex, how you doing? Reflect Beskar is so fucking busted. Like, look at that. It's so good. Want to come in on was my nickname in high school? Got him. What are the odds for Boogeyman from dedicated loot room as not Moe's again? I do not remember the percentage. Pestilence? You stingy fuck. Guess we keep doing Grim Harvest. The rack build never stops moving forward. Never stops killing. And never stop hitting my action skill. This one's Fervor. We'll go to Floodmore. Grab that one. What was this meme build you're flexing? Oh, I made a flak pet build around the Iridian Skag that's OPQ drone spam, and it's viable. It's kind of interesting. I want to spend more time messing with it. It sort of mutated from like
A hunt with a bounty.
I had a setup a while
Buy a
ago.
lot
It's
of
just
chew toys.
yellow cake with using the pet to sustain the ammo on it and trigger leave no trace for me and stuff. So it's just red fang yellow cake launcher stuff. I kind of changed that into using a different weapon. And it sort of works out. It's instincts. I still want to discover anything. Check it out on the bot. Sounds interesting. Yeah, maybe we go back to it at some point today. Just show people who weren't here at the start of the stream. And I'm better at thinking through what to do with builds as I'm playing them. So it helps the process as well. Why does No Way Out show up as a different damage number? What do you mean? Like, on the card? Or... in game? You're saying you hit an enemy with Mantis and you're seeing a second damage number? And you think it's because of No Way Out? That's not how that's supposed to work.
A hunt with a bounty.
But this being Borderlands 3, I can't say with certainty that... No. There's not something we've missed.
That's the spirit.
With No Way Out, melee them, they're 2 damage numbers. Do you have bonus elements? What gun are you holding? And what anoints do you have?
Shatter that crystal.
And do you have Trick of the Light? And do you have a conductor on? All those questions. Just paying attention. Which one is that? Instinct Fervor just. Rotato's great and you can complete a run in less than an hour. So definitely not Risk of Rain situation where, hey, I'm just gonna do one run. Fucking 2 hours later. Non-elemental damage, no anoint, no. Psycho Stabber.
A hunt with a bounty. That would buy a lot of chew toys.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I'd have to have eyes on. Thinking. Not that way. That way. Do endless. Yeah, like having the option, that's cool. But like, I can do a Risk of Rain 2 run that takes 20 minutes. But I do end up taking 2 hours because I get sucked in and I have no self-control.
Let them hear your rage.
I guess that's one of the reasons I like Hades. You can do very short Hades runs. Once again, Hades, the greatest game of all time. The GOAT. Would you believe that eating something would stop me from feeling like crap? Crazy concept. As someone who forgets to eat constantly, I'm calling bullshit. That is junk science. It's fake news. It's big food propaganda.
A hunt with a bounty. That would buy a lot of.
And I will
chew
debate
toys.
you on this on the Joe Rogan show. Whatever the fuck that podcast is called.
Check back later. Fully loaded and ready to roll.
Fucking big cheese, I knew it. My favorite guns is the one Clay gives to you, shoot invisible things. So much fun. Rogue Sight? It's visually interesting. Doesn't really do anything. Applies to one hit. What could that be? Only applies to one. Oh, it's Groundbreaker. It's Groundbreaker.
Beautiful splatter.
Yeah, it's Groundbreaker. Mystery solved. Yes, I'd stop fast traveling because the music.
Born to the hunt. Distracted. Thrill of the hunt.
Hanger track. Wonderland's where the last one is, right? Yeah. Another thing about Groundbreaker, Massimo, that's worth accounting for is it gets bonus elements, so that can create some fun ways to build around it. And like you can, for example, build up your Groundbreaker by punching and getting static charge chains to multiple enemies. Then the next time you punch that, the primary target will take that Groundbreaker. And if you have, say, ASC 50s applying to Groundbreaker can crit. But you also have other bonus elements that apply to it, such as Conductor, URAD, Trick of the Light, Revolter, fucking all those. Mr. Stone Swan has done some Amara true melee builds that focus on the Groundbreaker aspect. And those builds further promote using things that are not the Psycho Stabber. Because Unforgiven and Ionic Disruptor build up more Groundbreaker. Unforgiven can cause those ASC 50s to crit harder, and it has doesn't have the animation lockout issues Psycho Stabber has. Guardian Angel, same sort of deal. And Ionic Disruptor creates that extra dot for you that can build up Groundbreaker. It's pretty cool. And I miss Game Breaker Amara. Isn't that just like a Groundbreaker thing? Was that the Revelation thing or the Groundbreaker thing? Because, like, you can still do Groundbreaker stuff. Remember, Groundbreaker's in the category of functionally unnerfable shit.
Hey, wanna live with?
Groundbreaker White Elephant. Yeah, so White Elephant was never responsible for the performance of that, and community perception of that build caused the White Elephant to get an unjustified nerf. Yay! I'm sure this is something that frustrates people who live and breathe Amara like Stone Swan. But multiple times throughout the history of the game, people putting too much stock in one particular thing has hurt Amara more than any other character. For example, Death's Blessing the Apologists. You know, the White Elephant thing as well. A lot of the perception around how Amara's action skills work. Annoying. Because White Elephant was never good, because Static Charge was always there and Static Charge was always better. It's just now White Elephant is actively kind of bad. Still really good, just not ridiculously broken like it used to be. There were already ways in the skill tree to make it stronger than it was. Like, just flat out building around the Face Puncher's damage itself, or the White Elephant itself, is already putting you on the back foot. Like, Amara's Purple Tree, man. It's right there. It's right there. I saw something about a new flak build. Remind me after this Trial of Cunning run, and I'll play it. Play it.
Got a little thief over here!
Break the grounder. Yes. Break the grounder.
I slaughtered an informant. They were carrying
Yeah, like, not to say that build's not good, because it is. Game Breaker setup, obviously, is stronger than any build needed to be. As is true for a lot of builds in this game. But, like, player-based perception of where that power comes from and what actually changed from game balancing is, like, very few nerfs to anything in the sphere of stuff Amara did actually changed stuff Amara did. The Revelation Ties That Bind thing changing meaningfully changed. Remnant no longer spawning off of melee changed some things. The bonus projectile bonus element behavior thing changed some things. Those are like the most major ones though. Like, most builds associated with all those things still function in capacity. Obviously the Revelation Ties thing doesn't. Hey Gage. was knowledgeable with the game as I am now wasn't until after the bulk of my playtime learned more of the build formulas and whatnot. Yeah, yeah. And that's understandable. Remember? Like, that's not an uncommon thing.
Distract them.
There's a lot of stuff in this game that isn't straightforward. Okay, we got a fish slap, but it's generator and then status. Jumping's not bad. Cryo's okay. I think I just leave that fish on the ground, honestly. I mean, I should take it anyway. Just to have, but like, I'm not gonna use that. Hey, Micro, how are you?
Pocket rats.
Fish is a fish. Oh yeah, I had an ASC 50. Think about playing multiverses. I'll play 3 games and get off. That's what MVS is, right? Did I get a Hunter Seeker with an Anoint? Any chance? I did. But I'm not using it because it's got cryo, right? I gotta roll the best card or a different one. Executor with Jacob's crit, that's so much crit damage. That by itself, if you have all of Zane's kill skill efficiency bonuses in Tree, that's 145% crit damage. From one item. Hey, Honey Bunny. What is this Executor? I just got back. The Zane comp we got to drop. Gave us so much promise. It's like 200 concurrent players, half of them are semi-pros. Probably not the most enjoyable environment to play casually. May have already been asked you if any plans to play Tears of the Kingdom. I don't. Never really been a Zelda person. It's something I could put in the effort to give some proper attempts to, like, enjoy, but I prioritize that below, like, every other game. Not something I have an interest in.
Distract them.
Build now, it's Rax Fam, Guardian Angel making the bonkers. I mean, that, and also we have a Spark Plug, and we've got Urad, and we've got a Reflect Beskar, so enemies die by shooting me, enemies die by being near me when I ground slam, enemies die by getting hit by my Rax. And we're leveling super quickly, because Mayhem 11 at level 45 is kind of funny. Where do I put my points now, honestly? We're gonna respec. We're doing Urad stuff, so power inside's not hugely useful. Hey, Elder God. Best Vault Hunter in your opinion? In my opinion, there is no Beth. Because to quantify best, you have to first define what best means, and then you need to apply that to a specific situation. And that's like, at that point, that's a different question. It becomes more like, hey, how do I optimally approach this situation on this character with this build, and these are my personal playstyle preferences. Like, it's a different question with a different answer. You can't really define best without getting very specific in this game. But it's a good question, I'm glad you asked it.
Deal with these.
Beskar's only like 5k shield though. And Beskar with a reflect part, after it breaks once, when it turns back on, I don't take damage from any of the reflected projectiles. I only take damage from things that can't be reflected, and from dots. So it doesn't matter if it's 5k. Also, Beskar gives you 50% true damage reduction while it's active. Functionally, it's more like 10k. 10k and doesn't take damage from bullets. And the reflected bullets also get times 34 mayhem scaling. They benefit from my guardian angel, and they get all my bonus elements. They can also megavore crit.
Distract them.
And I bleed.
You found a chest.
Might be able to say Mo's can instant kill raid boss with just auto bear. Other characters can also do that. With auto bear? Yeah. Just started, so I was wondering. Yeah, there's no wrong answer. Like, you can absolutely meme on the game on every character in multiple ways. That's one of the beautiful things about build crafting in this game. There's so many ways to do everything. For some people, too many ways, but I would rather have too many than too few.
A hunt with a bounty. That would buy a lot of chew toys.
Damn it, Quack. I'm just repeating what Lizzie said. Everybody can complete all content, just matters how you want to do it. Yeah, what Micro said. Monkey flak build, what, the HP tanking one? Thanks everybody, y'all a big help. Hey, we're always happy to do that. Any questions you got, we're happy to answer. And once again, good question.
I am obviously superior.
Shield tanking one with 500k shield and full purple. Ah, so the one that's squishier than this build with 5k shields. Yes. Capacitance is just a frustrating skill.
Distract them.
It's a perfect example of how big number can distract people from what skills are actually doing. I hate it. I hate it intensely. How much projector static charge? Shame the passes are bad.
Let them hear your rage.
I'm gonna do ultimate flak, also quack, obscure build with unstoppable force. Field capacity buffs. Like, yeah. Field capacity is one of the worst defensive stats you can have in this game. And capacitance forces you to spend 26 skill points in the worst skill tree in the game to get a shield capacity bonus that does not calculate exactly how it implies it does, that also has imperfect uptime. that also punishes use of certain action skills. It's like, how'd we get here? Rosa Stone Deathless? Hey, Sora, thanks for gifting us up the whales. I appreciate it. Lance moment. Hey, whales. Thank you, Sora. What's the highest shield you can achieve, I wonder? You can get into the millions. You can get probably around like 2 mil. If not more. Like, Moe's has a bunch of capacity buffs. There's a shield anoint. You can have up to 99 Phalanx Doctrine stacks. Now, you won't ever get 99, but, like, you could potentially have that. Madcap has very large innate capacity. You could go 6 out of 3 Thin Red Line. Which I think works out to more than 10 out of 5 Phalanx. I think. Like, both in theory and practice. You can get a lot of shield capacity, but just know that, like, even with that much, there's some things that are still just gonna one-shot you. And there's better mitigation stats. For example, Absorb, you just don't take damage at all. Reflect parts, you just don't take damage at all. Manawell and Beskar give you true damage reduction while being able to also do the reflect thing. Obviously, Beskar does it better, but Beskar gives you 50% true damage reduction, Manawell gives you 90%. And Manawell isn't really a small shield capacity, either. Still on the bigger side. If you're doing raw shield tanking, Manawell is the answer. If you're Moe's, that is.
Hold back! The hunt takes all!
That's interesting, Micro. Epic 1v1 declaring them cringe. By the rules of the internet, if you lose this 1v1, you're cringe, right? That's how that works? Since I have a workable grenade now, I could switch to M10 and get more than okay boomer for some free damage for it. At 2.1 mil. Yeah, I figure in terms of practical applications, you can get into the 2 mils. In terms of theoretical, like with Phalanx Doctrine stacks you won't actually achieve in-game without, like, modded mob density, you could probably get into, like, 3, maybe 4. How you doing, Reactor? Good to see you. What if instead of a Madcap you used a Beskar with your Red Guardian Angel, just have around 250k shields, perhaps all of a sudden otherwise forever being meme build? Well, that's the thing. If you are using the Beskar, you no longer need the shield capacity because bullets don't hurt you anymore, just dots and unreflectable things. And you have that 50% true damage reduction that mitigates those things as well. So, like, you don't need the capacity stacking anymore when you're doing Beskar. Like, I could continue to use this exact Beskar until level 72 and just never change it out. The only thing that would threaten me is Doth. Want to make Fat Shield Flak? Yeah, you can do it. I'm not saying you can't do it. I'm just saying nothing about getting the Fat Shield will be better than making any other decision you could make with defensive stats.
This is my purpose.
Dragon, we got a Hornet. We got a AoE
Where did
Planetoid.
that come from?
Not bad. Right to remain silent, make good use of it. Good advice.
Thanks to the magic of echo casting, your viewers have a chance to...
Another one. We're trying to get a Rack Pack class mod, which is Flax Mayhem 4 class mod, drops from this enemy. Only this enemy. It's either here or you get it from the boss of the Mal1 takedown. The Rack Pack's really good because it
Hunt with a bounty.
just
That would buy a
doubles
lot
the amount of
chew
racks you
toys.
get. So a lot of extra potential damage, but the skills it rolls are also just very good. You've got Head Count, Pack Tactics, and Grim Harvest. Grim Harvest and Pack Tactics directly increasing your damage of racks in particular, but Pack Tactics affects everything, obviously. And then Head Count is interesting. It's the only class mod that rolls Head Count, meaning Rack Pack is actually also very good for 3-shot fadeaway builds, because it lets you cycle your action skill incredibly quickly. It's interesting that Head Count is the least desirable skill to get for pure rack builds. The Rack Attack class mod.
Pocket racks.
No, Micro, I don't know who you're talking about, and I truly don't care.
Rage against the dying of the light.
Don't get me up yet, I want to bitch slap this thing. Sometimes you gotta. It's about sending a message.
Distract them.
At your level, just finished main story tomorrow. How do I get into the Mambo's, turn on M11 and plan doesn't seem to work? Well, that's because if you look at the health increase from Mayhem 11, it's 10,000% to each health bar type. That's a lot. It's kind of big enough of a number that it's hard to conceptualize the difference, but 10,000%. So even if you have guns that are absolutely memeing on the game, as soon as you turn up 10,000% health, well, it's not going to be quite that simple. You need to get massive exponential power increases to your build to perform at the same level, which is why people who demonize mayhem scaling are not looking at the complete picture, because that's one multiplier and you still need many, 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 many more. So you've got to figure out your build concept, what exactly you're doing. What kind of build are you playing Reactor? Are you doing a gun build? Are you doing a melee build? Didn't see a problem on Moe's. Yeah, that's because Moe's has damage formula. And Moe's skill trees are constructed in such a way that you get so much support for anything you're going to do that it's kind of hard to fail. Moe's and Zane are generally seen as stronger, even though they're not. Because it is actively hard to fail. Because you can't really make wrong choices. It's hard to do that in their skill trees. Amara is a character where you do need to... She's easy to play once you get there, but it's sort of a curve you have to overcome. Like, Amara is easy once you know how to do it, and once you're over that hump. But like, before that point, Amara is the hardest to discover your damage on, if that makes sense. Can't make wrong choices, fucking watch me. Vocal, you are a better gamer than I. So like, it's even harder for you to make wrong choices. How's the trying going? It's going well, Urban Mech. We are, we're leveling extremely quickly because we're on Mayhem 11 already, and not wanting for damage. Even if you know Amara, she's so confusing. Amara's got a lot of complexity. Like, if you understand your setup, Amara is one of the easiest characters to play. I would say easier than Flak, if you understand your setup. But there's some setups that are just so mechanically complex that it's, like, that doesn't even really apply. And, of course, if you're at the point where you're struggling to get your damage, she's difficult. Better gamer, sir, you know what the fuck you're talking about? What, you're a better gamer than I am. Straight up. I know a lot about this game because I've put a lot of time into this game, and I stare at fucking skill trees and stupid shit. So I know more about this particular video game, but in terms of, like, how good someone is at playing games, you're better than I am. I'm okay with that.
Pocket rats.
It's blessings into the chat. Problems and confusing mechanics, stick there, just slaps. That's blessings is one of those very overrated things that is just foundationally shit. But it sounds good. It sounds good and it isn't good. That's blessing. It sorts out 1v1 me in the BL1 arenas. Whoever loses is cringe. Bet. I'm already more cringe.
I like your enthusiasm.
Shit, people cried when it got nerfed. Well, it only got nerfed because people incorrectly ascribed value to it, and then it made the devs think that it was overperforming. Even before it being touched at all, it was still a worse choice than Driver or Berserker or Stone or Golden Rule. It never was good.
The moment we crossed paths.
It was better before, but like, that's what happens when you overrate a thing. It's white elephant syndrome. Maracoms are incapable of overperforming. Well, now, I mean, day one Muse, Priz. Day one Muse, week one Driver. Those are the most egregiously overperforming class mods in the history of the game.
Why not?
But they lasted 1 and 7 days, respectively. And Death's Blessing was not in the tier of those two, but people treated it as if it was.
Just to close your eyes. They like them.
And like, I'm not exaggerating when I say day one Muse and week one Driver were just fundamentally fucked, like, how did this happen levels of broken. Like, actually overpowered. Death's Blessing was always bad. It just went from bad to hopelessly bad. What does Tryhard Black means? I mean, it means I'm bullying the game with things that it's not really prepared for me to do. Like, for example, at level 13, we had a corrosive lump and a bounty hunter.
Keep the tendons first. It's good for your beak.
Now, at level 48, we're running around with basically my entire no-you build, which is, you know, lots of shield effect spam, lots of non-gun stuff. We're basically just bullying the game. That's what Tryhard means. If we don't half of what we do about dots, then day one Driver, yeah. I don't think they changed it because people reacted to it. They changed it because it said 250, but it was 150. Once they changed it to 150, they changed the mult type. But like, if it was just the value being incorrect, like, why did they change it to be the different mult too? Like, that's the part that doesn't make sense to me. And they've left lots of things overperforming for longer periods of time because they went under the radar. Like, even if it wasn't necessarily changed because of people's feedback, it was absolutely something that was on the radar because people wouldn't shut up about it. Easy, a better explanation. Okay. R.I.P. Gold Rush. Yeah, Gold Rush, for whatever reason, they were absolutely terrified of Gold Rush.
With a bounty. That would buy a lot of chew toys.
I don't understand why. Remember, complex route has only ever been buff. I would just like to point that out.
Moving on in. I hear you, beast. Swoop and tear.
Your weakness is noted.
Yeah, going to Priz's point, if we'd known everything we do about dots now, when Driver was new, a 2.5 mult of the original type actually is 150 in game. Right, same reason Kick Charger and Guardian Angel are, in terms of how they're described, are accurate, because math. Right? Including UTD in that dot mention. Yeah, like, Driver UTD melee was a thing. Didn't Moxie have a setup doing that? The original Driver? But, like, if that had gone one step further, and if people had used, say, Terror V1 at that point, with that, ooh. Actually, no, it was V1, so we didn't need that. Yeah, no, if we'd had, better access to V2 at the time, rather, that would have been the game changer. Pearl's original value is also due to a mult format thing. Well, yeah, same, it's the same value. It's the same, not the same value, the same mult. That's Blessing originally and Pearl now. Driver was V2, right. No, I thought Driver was V1. It was either V1 or V2. I don't remember which. I always forget. Pretty sure V1, because we always talk about how if you held GA with OG Driver, you just die. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was V1. Because GA entered the conversation, and GA is V2. And because GA always considers you for stealth damage to be at max range, basically, if you activate Driver class mod and take one step, you die. Because you just have so much raw damage formula. It's really funny. What's that Tomato Prime hold up? I haven't used it enough to have an educated answer for that, Jacqueline, I'll be honest. Ken describing cyberpunk shenanigans with no context is just chef's kiss. Me and Remnant 2. Looking forward to that. Priz, we've got to figure out with the Lazy if we're just gonna do launch day or if we're gonna try to like do the early access stuff, because I've got to plan like a vacation around that. I've got to pick a flight. It affects which day I fly home. Take heat bites, so now the pet can sack frenzy for us. Is more damage. One of the best quests in the game, I'll hear nothing otherwise. Oh yeah, absolutely. That quest line is fucking cool. And the way it's interconnected with, like, other things in the game, masterfully done. Ooh, that's a U-Ride Unforgiven with max crit. Hello? Hello? Fucking hello? Let's go. Alright, that's big. That's real big. Real gamers playing their vacation around game releases. I too start my holiday early for Remnant. The only thing wrong with this is it doesn't have a blade, but that's okay. Share works easier due to weekends, also planning 3 different co-op runs, so first come first serve on when. Yeah, fair enough. 4 playthroughs, nearly forgot my solo run. Ah, Remnant. So, Unforgiven and GA are very comparable for non-gun stat 6 for Flak. Unforgiven notably providing more formula to Sparkplug because range. Unforgiven also kind of, sort of, in the theoretical sense, hey, there's a rack pack. Terrible passes, but it is a rack pack. In an indirect kind of way, it increases your hollow point frequency. Because your crits will be doing massively more than your non-crits. To an even greater degree, so you're less likely to have the killing blow stolen by a non-crit, meaning you get more hollow points. I'll do another run. Hopefully we get a better roll. If you wanted to stream that, we suffer in private. The plan is to stream. The plan is for being lazy to both stream it. Got to figure out what day works for him. I know he checked his schedule for actual launch day, but I never asked about the early access stuff. Also, I haven't actually pre-ordered it yet, so.
I've missed you, girl.
'Cause I bought too many games this year. Heavy damage, action skill damage, Deadeye with 3 Two-Fang, 2 Fast and Furious. That's really good. That's really good. I don't have space though. Now that we have Rack Pack, even though our rolls are a bit worse, like I don't have a Splash Mult anymore, but we have a ton more racks. We have those points in Pack Tactics. Extra Grim Harvest. Just works out nicely. First game I've pre-ordered since BO3. I hate that I broke my own rule, but Remnant. The last game I pre-ordered was Jedi Survivor, and that has severely impacted my desire to pre-order things. Every few years I get burned on a pre-order. You'd think I'd learn, but I still get excited for video games. Not that I don't think Jedi Survivor was a good game, I actually thoroughly enjoyed that game, it's just, it was absolutely not acceptable on release. I guess more recently than that, there was Diablo, although I did order that sooner. But I also am not satisfied with Diablo 4, so...
Deadlier skills, puffier
2023 with the disappointing pre-orders. Hooray.
This is my purpose.
At least I didn't buy into the Redfall hype. I knew something was off there from day one. Last satisfactory pre-order, Resident Evil 4. Resident Evil 4. So, fortunately, the year hasn't been all misses. As long as you didn't pre-order Gollum. Before RE4, I guess I didn't pre-order Wonderlands because, like, I was given Wonderlands, but bad, I guess, if you count that. I pre-ordered Cyberpunk and I always enjoyed it. It's funny because, like, that was some wag behavior. I was drunk and gaming one night, and I was like, fuck it, let me pre-order Cyberpunk, and I didn't realize I'd done it until the next morning. But I was happy with that. That was 3 years ago now. Time is interesting. Cyberpunk is 3 years old, almost. It'll be 3 years in December.
Eat the tendons first. It's good for your feet.
Just waiting for that story. Didn't even know of Gollum before seeing the benchmarks. It's a game that I distantly kind of knew was happening because they'd announced it a while ago and everyone was like, no one cares about this. And then it turned out to, instead of being just completely forgettable, it's very unforgettable, but for all the wrong reasons. Wild. Kinda excited for Cyberpunk 2. That's basically what Phantom Liberty is gonna be, huh? The Overwatch 2ification of Cyberpunk, without all the shitty stuff.
Deal with these. Your weakness is noted. Ever greater, ever stronger.
I don't know if you want to make that comparison. Yeah, it kind of falls apart instantly. Is Destiny a better comparison? Where, you know, it's the same game, but it's technically a new game, but it's like the same game, but it's like actually a new game, but it's the same game. Does that hold up better? Looks like a Peregrine Black and Urad. Well, I'm not using Peregrine. But I am using Urad. Yes, but no. Cyberpunk, the pre-sequel. But, like, pre-sequel is a different game from Borderlands 2. Phantom Liberty is the same game as 2077? I guess they're not calling it Cyberpunk 2. Is it like the inverse of that, then? Okay, this one's much better. Action skill damage. Ooh, that's much better. Give me that. One fewer point in pack tactics. I don't love the 2 head count, but action skill damage roll. Nice. Okay, I'm satisfied with that. One shot. I don't know how that fits into this. I don't know how that fits into this. I don't know.
You found a big fat loot chest. Bravo! As an added bonus, your viewers have a chance at
I guess if you guys want to roll on this, having Moxie's Endowment. Flesh Melter 1 is good for Scrap Trap farming. So if you're leveling or grinding out Guardian ranks, I guess this is good to get. You just grab a Breath of the Dying or a Reflux or a Gas Call and just sit in scrap traps with this on, redeem it at whatever level you need to. Minecraft, every other update. Phantom Liberty is a wonderland. These points of comparison are very questionable. Favorite thing in Remnant 2 is Remnant 2 based. Like the Dark Souls of Cyberpunk. Have people stopped that trend where they call any game that has a remote presence of difficulty Dark Souls? Because, like, I know that was a thing for a while. No? Oh. Sad. Wait for Remnant 2. The excitement is real, Mr. Madness. Armored Core is being called the Souls. Well, wow, that's a times 21 stagecoach. It's 8 mag rather than 3 mag, so that's not ideal, but like, yes. Stopping that is the Dark Souls of games journalism. Surprise how friendly the devs are in the Remnant Discord. That's cool. My fat nuts are the Dark Souls of your mom's mouth. Lamau got 'em. Fair enough. Current guard ranks 1, 2, 3, 4. Satisfying, right?
That would buy a lot of chew toys.
I would like a better Sparkplug Deathless. We get AoE on that? The way she darked on my souls. Until I from softed. How you doing, Nadashvi?
Hey, come chill with me.
Very experienced Discord community literally banding together. So they took rubber bands and they attached themselves to each other. That's wholesome. Just giving you a hard time. That is a cool experience, I'm sure. Funny. Community made gear. Notice the lack of death counter. You're not keeping track. You're just that much of a gamer. I blew myself up, like, not really attempting not to a couple times in the Necrodefeo segment of the story, but I haven't died otherwise. I'm just not really paying attention. If there was a counter, it'd be 2, and both of them are just... I yeeted myself because I wasn't trying not to. Plagueabur. Use an EMP5 for movement. Ooh, a Sandhawk. That's fun. Fire isn't exactly my go-to there, but it's fun. Corrosive Plague Bearer, though, seems like the most useful thing here. Though EMP5 will hold up later levels. Like fair, maybe I'll use it. I saw Re and I saw action skill start. So I was like, oh, action skill start Revolter. And I thought about it because like I saw the shock as well, the shock element. Like, wait, no, that's a different item. That's a whole different thing. Rectifier. Scovo's an awesome gun. Scovo's very cool. Super underrated, and that's probably because most people don't have one to use, because you get it 1 per character from Crew Challenge, and the only other way you get it is from the Diamond Armory. Also, it is not even close to parts locked. Multiple projectile counts, multiple elements, damage swing. Real frustrating. Rectifier build 1, fucking never. Rectifier is one of the very few items that is truly hopeless in this game. Rectifier's damage is so bad that it's bad at level 2. Literally jumping on enemies' heads, better damage per second than a Rectifier. It's amazing how bad that item is. Becca's still sad to get, unfortunately, Vocal. It's, same as Scoville, you know, you do your crew challenge, that's your 1 per character, except it's not in the Diamond Armory. So the only other way to get a Becca on that character is to be in the week where it's in the Maurice vendor. Which is 1 or 2 weeks out of the year, if I remember correctly. So, yeah. See, we could do a cartel run. We could do Creed DLC. Do some slaughters. I'm feeling Slaughter Star. Do some Slaughter Star. Goose. Duck? Do Slaughter Star. Because, like, if I do Creek DLC, I kind of want to be more towards level 72, so if for whatever reason I somehow defy the laws of nature and actually get a Peregrine with, good stats, then I won't outlevel it by too much. The funniest remnant moment was, what's that? I feel like I would have gotten more damage out of this if I'd had corrosive on one of these. Back when I was using Bounty Hunter. I guess this works out too, because now I can switch that for that. That works out. Okay. What a better artifact. That's the biggest thing. I don't feel like static charge, or not static charge, excuse me, deathless farming. That's even worse. Although, if you're gonna farm deathless from the dedicated source, Flak is technically optimal because you can use dominance to bypass the Phoenix's phases.
That would buy a lot of chew toys.
Hunt with a Bounty would buy a lot of chew toys. It's an excellent point, Flak. But it's like farming for a Sparkplug Deathless. Fucking LOL, no. Maddening Tracker, it was close. And choose Dark Army for Deathless Farm and stand AFK. Yeah, that's a good way of doing it. It's just the time commitment of waiting for it to do all its phases, you know? It can get real annoying. Saw a money maddening tracker in a machine 2 minutes ago. I've had a lot of cloning maddening trackers, but it's kind of funny because I don't care for that item. Cloning maddening tracker is one of those things where it absolutely had a niche where it was like super duper desirable, but that was a period of about 6 months, 3 years ago.
Pocket rats.
Over 3 years ago at this point. As soon as they gave buff to redistribution and Russian offensive on Moe's, the thing people were using it for was no longer... Like, it went back to Hex being the pick, and then they buffed the Hex after that as well, so it's like, oh, well, how about I just use the item that's easier to get and has more utility, does more damage. Like, I stopped caring about CMT then. I know a lot of people still like it for collector's purposes, but the utilitarian, the theory crafter in me is just like, meh, this could have been something else. Like, if I get a cloning maddening tracker, I'm always like, this could have been a one-shotter. Those are still useful. Hey, Krook. Oh, what's the runner challenge? We're bullying the game. We're doing, like, in-game builds as early as possible and stuff. Watson could be fun. Like, we have a Reflect Beskar, a URAD Guardian Angel, a Rack Pack, a Sparkplug Deathless, and a Hunter Seeker at level 52. We jumped into Mayhem 11 directly after completing the story. And we are bullying the game with, like, endgame level builds way earlier than anyone normally does. Basically maximum ownage. Take me back to my Xbox Live teenage years with that terminology, but yeah. Still a solid grenade. It's fine. In terms of damage dealing, it's very far below a lot of other grenades. Still viable. Its biggest thing is hit count. So, like, if you're using Vampire to heal, then it's still good at that. It's just using Vampire to heal is not, like, one of the least potent ways Moe's can heal. Whereas early BL3, it was her only way of healing. And it's good for means of destruction. Like, there's that. It's only useful on Moe's. It doesn't really have any strong use cases on other characters. Yeah, like, you don't have anything that really wants that high hit count at the expense of everything else your grenades can do for you. Pet. Like, on Black, Hunter Seeker is the holy grail in most instances. Then on Amara, if you're gonna use grenades, you want something that is elemental, at the very least. Then on Zane, you want something that is cryo and can crit. Using on my grenade minesweeper build because it's really fun to just spam out a bunch of them and watch the swarm bees instantly kill a 10 billion health boss. No, Hex is objectively better, but CMT is funnier. Well, CMT can perform in that area. Like, that's one of the things where the high hit count can be good. And, like, because it also iterates means of destruction very well, CMT minesweeper builds, like, that's fine. You still lose out a lot compared to elemental things, in particular, but it's fully viable, and, like, that would be one of its stronger use cases. Like I said, it's not a bad item, it's just, it's past its prime in terms of value. Just one of those things that, a lot of people did not keep up with the times. It's like how Seeing Dead, unless you're doing non-gun stuff, is one of the worst picks you can make on a Zane gun build, provided you have access to DLC 5. But that's not how it's perceived. For a long time, we believed Cosmic Stalker was like the flak com, and on paper it should be, but Bounty Hunter is so fucking cursed that it's just better. Like how somehow there's still some Berserker downplay among some Amara players. Because Berserker stonks did not rise in the general public's eye until, like, 2020. Like, late 2020. 2020 was a weird year for perception of BL3 balance. Like, it wasn't until the summer that people really stopped sleeping on short fuse. It wasn't until the fall that people stopped sleeping on Berserker. Really strange. Are multiple spawns BL3 mod? Yes. Elaborate on the Zane See and Dead thing. So, See and Dead doesn't increase your damage by any meaningful amount. It turns on kill skills, and in terms of the skills it rolls, it gives you Donnybrook, which is a small amount of gun damage compared to the over 1,000 you're already chilling with from other sources, because you're Zane. It gives Playing Dirty, which you can already maintain good uptime on through a skill tree. And it gives Violent Violence, which is fire rate. And that fire rate is actually detrimental if you're using a burst fire gun, because fire rate increases burst delay. Another wonderful hidden feature. So it's mildly impactful at best, actively detrimental at worst. So meaning, if you already have full kill skill uptime through, say, Mantis, See and Red, See and Dead doesn't provide you anything except a small kill skill efficiency increase. But you could instead run Executor, which gives you, after kill skill efficiency boost, 105% crit damage, 28% status damage, 28% cryo damage, and then some accuracy as well, while also rolling Good Misfortune, which allows you to drop some blue tree investment if you really wanted to. But it also just is good for your action skill duration. And then the other two skills are the same too as See and Dead. Violent Violence and Playing Dirty. And you have Hustler, which enables all of the crazy interactions you can do with Eraser. Hustler has more useful skills as well. Also gives you a crit damage bonus, which makes it provide more damage than See and Dead does. You have Antifreeze and Infiltrator give you massive amounts of gun damage. Infiltrator also giving you a shield break option without having to use that Anoint. You have Conductor, which gives you an excellent bonus element. And that even mats out to more damage than See and Dead on gun builds. See and Dead is one of the least potent options you can pick. It's just comfortable, and there was a time where anything that wasn't See and Dead was the wrong answer, but that was early in the game's life. Some people never moved on.
Racks up my sleeve.
Imagine being cursed enough people don't mention you're predetermined. Yeah, Bounty Hunter is one of the many effects that tells you it's random, but it's actually not. And that's, like, not even the top 5 most cursed thing about the Bounty Hunter. It's incredible. It's what? Yeah, it's predetermined.
To the bloodletting!
Much like Means of Destruction, Short Fuse, Two Fang, Leave No Trace. It's predetermined. Now, See and Dead, which has a very similar effect, is not predetermined. See and Dead is true random, which means you get more procs of See and Dead. Woodblocker. See, no crit mult. If this was on PS4, we'd have like 80% crit on this and be actually good. Yo, Iceberger. Sick. Free corrosive damage of Bounty Hunter? Yeah, Kirk. It's insane. And the fact that the species thing applies to more than just bosses when you have a bounty hunter on, in general, like for all of those effects. And the fact that all the bounty hunter skills are so good that it's straight up unclear what the optimal skill roll is. Like, there's no such thing as a bad skill roll on bounty hunter because they're all fucking incredible. Yes, Frenzy is technically the weakest, but it's Frenzy. It's still really good. Like, the only bad thing about Bounty Hunter is that it turns off the movement speed from Interplanetary Stalker. Hang on, to see that movement speed on the card, I gotta use my controller to scroll because Borderlands UI. Yeah, see, Beast bonus, 7% movement speed per stack. For whatever reason, that doesn't work at all if you have Bounty Hunter equipped. Weird.
I send you all to death.
Dusting off the PS4 to make a woodblocker build. Faith. Wish the next Lands game be more straightforward what skills do. They did get better about that in Wonderlands. Now, there's still a ways to go, but it's trending upwards, I think. Maybe. Copium.
Distract them. That was so good, it made me want to fucking explode.
Woodblocker's crit rolls only on PS4 because Woodblocker used to have a hotfix buff that gave it like a pretty big card crit number. And in the crossplay patch, when they were nativizing certain hotfixes, they forgot that one, so they removed the hotfix but didn't patch it in. Except they remembered to put it in on PS4. For some reason, consistently throughout BL3's life, their process of applying hotfixes and patches in PlayStation has been different, because PlayStation has always had something different about it than every other platform. At launch, it was Moses' Means of Destruction didn't work properly on PS4, whereas it did for every other platform. Now we've got the Woodblocker thing. For a while, Splash Radius worked a little bit differently on PS4. That still might be the case, actually. I think PS4 is the one platform where you can't do the complex route thing without being Mos. It's either PS4 or Xbox One, the one where you can't do it. I don't remember which offhand. Laser Exploder. I was meant to drop a single proc chain instead of being ones and zeros, or instead just tell you what percent up that iteration proc's at. Pretty useful. But like, all 5 people who care about that, I'm one of the 5. It's one of those resources that no one would use, but it would be nice for it to exist, you know? Finally properly link my shift. Let's go. 7 out of 5 Grim Harvest is 70% action skill damage, and then I get 32% from Calm and 45% from Interplanetary Stalker. I have a lot of that. I could actually pull some Grim Harvest at this point. I already do it off published data, just time. Right. Time being the true enemy is not new. weeks ago made a most build uses baby nukes for damage. Yeah, I've done that as well. You can flame cycle and just have baby nukes there as additional damage each time you activate hub. Pretty fun. You can do that with like Frozen Heart or Void Rift, or even just like maintaining a Revolter for a gun build, whatever. Yeah, it's a thing. I have cake? Ooh, what kind of cake? And don't say but. Most useful would probably be 2 Fang numbers for one shots. The only person who'd care is lazy, and he knows for 1 and 5 and 5 and 5. Yeah. I guess the short fuse one would be useful, because every once in a while I do see someone who, like, has an interest in Mo's one-shotting, and they can't quite figure out short fuse iteration. Because there's all those hidden factors to it, like any damage instance iterating it but not triggering it, it iterating itself, it being predetermined in the first place. Like, the concept of double dipping already is more in-depth than most Lands players go with theory crafting, but we have a double dipping effect that's predetermined as a cursed way of progressing its seed. Applies to things that you'd think it wouldn't, like Disruptor Dot.
Yes, into the fray.
Like 1010, the conditions honor the complex part, right? But RIP forums. I like your funny words, Magic Man. Let me try to explain this. Basically, so there's pseudo-random effects in BL3. We computers can't actually do random, but like there's some ways of being pseudo-random that are different than others. So like a few effects in this game, namely Flack's Bounty Hunter class mod, Flack's 2 Fang skill, Flack's Leave No Trace skill, Moses' Means of Destruction skill, Moses' Short Fuse skill. Those are all predetermined effects, which means they operate off of a seed. You can replicate consistently exactly when it'll happen. You can plan for it if you know exactly how it works. It's not random. But each one kind of handles certain things differently. Like each one has something cursed about it. For example, Means of Destruction only works off of certain kinds of splash. 2 Fang has a trigger eaten if you switch to a Deadeye comm that has 2 Fang on it, and also 2 Fang is iterated by both shots and weapon swaps. Short Fuse is iterated by any damage you do, including Short Fuse. So think of it as a string of 1s and 0s, where a 1 is a proc, a 0 isn't a proc. Short Fuse is always 1 0 1 0 1 0 1 0, but because it iterates itself, it ends up not being that. Like, it also has a cooldown. All of those effects except for 2 Fang and Bounty Hunter have internal cooldowns, which means that if you get a 1 in a time where it's on cooldown, you don't actually get it, and the seed continues.
Swarm!
Okage Silky, how you doing? Be better, just curious, double Merv Hex or recurring Hex? I'm gonna say double Merv. They're functionally equal. Mervtacular and recurring are, for basically all purposes, completely identical.
Racks up my sleeve!
They're just different part combinations that arrive at the same number of child grenades. That's a better fish slap.
Suppose I'll take that.
Only 2 parts though. Only jumping rider. Didn't roll 3. Still cryo. Better than the other one we picked up, but like I don't feel like making an inventory slot, so it can stay there. Some question, where does my move speed come from? Amara, Phaserker, full blue, red halfway. You could have a passive on Artifact, you could have Speed Demon Mayhem modifier. If you're holding an EMP5, you're getting movement speed that way. That's it. There's no movement speed in red or blue. Speed from rush attacks? No.
Go for the eye.
Mara's move speed skills are both in the green tree. Well, there's one in purple as well. There's one in purple. 1 purple, 2 green. That's it, as far as I can remember right now. Yeah, could be your shield, leader, vagabond part, yeah. Or a super soldier, he has move speed as well. Could be artifact passive. We said Berserker, so nothing from there. Move faster after kills. That sounds like Vigor over in the green tree. Vigor triggers on any kill. It says action skill kill, it's lying. It triggers on any kill, and it also stacks per kill. There's no cap. So it could be that. If you're moving faster after kills, if you have a red aura around the edges of your screen after a kill, then that's Speed Demon. Mayhem modifier.
This is my purpose.
That's a satisfying resolution. Drop man was the thing. You're not alone there, Reactor. A lot of people forget about modifiers. The number of times I've seen someone be like, hey, why is this boss immune to corrosive damage? And it's like, modifier. It happens, yeah. Or the number of times you've seen someone be like, hey, why is my fight for your life timer instant on the first down? It's like, oh you got roguelite on. Just need to stay at range versus these mechs. Their melee goes one-shots me, but their bullets can't hurt me. They just blow themselves up. Forgot about Big Head modifier during Ava Quest and got killed by the train because of it. Amazing. Yeah, forgetting about Big Head modifier when you have to fight Grave Ward is a funny one. Because it actually makes it so you can't properly hit a couple of his hitboxes. Beskar with Reflect a bug. It's kind of debatable whether it's a bug or like an engine quirk. It's definitely the item inheriting an effect that is not innate to the item, but it's another part of the item. So like, is it... It depends on how you look at it. Is it just synergy between the item's effect and a part that rolls on it, or an engine bug. Like, I think it's one of those matters of perspective thing. Because it's not transferring item properties from one item to another, I'm okay with it. But if it seems a little too cheesy for you, I don't think you're particularly off base, because it is rather strong. And debatably unintended. Like, you can replicate this with any reflect shield. It's just notable on Beskar because Beskar has a 100% reflect. Like, you can do this with a Rico, and it's very potent. I had a Rico build. My no-you flak build that I love and talk about all the time in the build-off, originally used the Rico. I think the build video still uses the Rico. It might have been before Beskar came out, I don't remember. And Rico does not have perfect reflect. The interaction is still good. It applies to backhand as well. Basically, the tiers of reflect shields is like anything else, backhand, Rico, Beskar. You could get like a triple reflect shield. Reflect parts on a messy breakup are pretty nice. How does Beskar 100 reflect work again? So Beskar always reflects any bullets you're hit with. Always. Any Beskar does this. But reflect from shields that innately reflect, as in not from a shield augment, you still take damage from that reflected shot. But reflect from shield augments, you don't take damage. Now, after your shield breaks, if you have a reflect part on a shield that innately reflects, once it fills again, or once you're back up again, or whatever, the Beskar's reflect will have inherited the property of the part where you no longer take damage. So, bullets can't damage you with a reflect Beskar after it breaks once, unless those bullets are also applying dots, or can't be reflected in the first place. Like, the explosions and shit are still downing me. Melee attacks are still downing me. An enemy could shoot me and I don't take damage. They do. And because reflects are classed as shield damage, they're bullets that came from your shield, basically. So they get that times 34 mayhem scaling, that anything that a shield doing damage, except for the Stinger, because Stinger gets times 16 since it's melee, gets that times 34 mayhem scaling, but it also benefits from anything a bullet would. So they can, for example, short fuse, they can megavore. If they crit, they can eraser. They get next to mags annoyance. They get other bonus elements, because they are your damage. You can give reflects a good amount of damage formula, which is why they're able to kill pretty well. Reflected shots get amplified by GA. They do. Skill tree wise from here, I think I go down to pack tactics at this point. Pack tactics dominance. I could get a little regular DR from Turntail and Run. Need that though. I'm not going to be able to benefit from Fast and the Furious. More likely than not, Hidden Machine's not going to factor in, and I have a GA already, so no. Rage and Recover, not going to benefit from, and Power Inside only get half benefit, so yeah, it's just blue tree now. More heat bites. Hey Raid, how you doing? Yeah, I can't reflect lasers, so that still hurts. You're not getting bopped off the edge by that attack. Did I ever equip that Plague Bear? Probably should. I have that reflux. Yeah, I'll just do the reflux. Ow. Rubble some lasers. Rax, please hit. Okay. Need grenades now. Happy Monday, I'm working. I hope you can, have a stress-free work week. Best of your ability. The best of your control, I guess. Should be able to reflect those. Yeah, those are reflected. So I get some good damage on Red Rain just by letting it hit me. But because those are splash, it's not a perfect reflect. I still take the damage. It's not quite perfect. And there's other damage happening too. That was a dot, I think. Might be splashing the ground as well. Yeah. Like, if someone shoots you directly with a rocket with this Beskar thing, it just gets bounced back to them, you take no damage. If it's elemental, you might get dotted, but other than that, you don't take damage. If they hit the ground at your feet, you take the full damage. Well, we got some good XP from that. Level 58. We're no longer 1, 2, 3, 4 Guardian rank. No.
That was a thing of freaking beauty, my friend. Watching Malawon get utterly decimated in there was just the best.
Why absorb is better defensively in a vacuum. You can absorb the indirect splash. In practice, there's no way to get 100% absorb. Yeah, the best absorb you can get is 40% in this game. Like, as Mr. Sean said, in a vacuum against enemies that shoot, absorb is the best defensive stat in the game because you get the ammo, you don't take the damage, and that's it. But you can never get above 40%, and also it doesn't do anything against enemies that don't shoot you. Neither does reflect, mind you, but Beskar also has that true damage reduction. So Beskar is even relevant against things you're not reflecting. But in a vacuum, BL3 absorb is like crazy good defensively. It's just RNG, which I think is the only thing keeping it balanced. And of course, it's useless against things that don't shoot you. So for example, absorb is very low value in half of the Guardian takedown. Very low value against Hemovorus. It's extremely good at the Malawon takedown, though. Like, you go on that bridge, it's basically infinite ammo for being shot at. There's so many enemies shooting at you. It's one of the reasons why the Transformer is still really relevant defensively, even if it's not as flashy as other shields because it has that 40% absorb, but it also has a way of refilling itself. And it gives you an elemental immunity, which is a really good defensive stat as well. Transformer gets a little unfairly treated, I think, because it's in the shield slot, which is very competitive in this game. Like, the shield slot in BL3 is more diverse than the gun slot in all of its predecessors. It's crazy. For ability damage, Iron Bear, best is flares, they're better. Best is situational. Flare is maximum damage for action skills until 50%, at which point if you're using miniguns, Heat Exchanger is better. And then I forget the cutoffs for other class mods, but at full fuel, Flare is the best, yes. 40%, there you go. Like, around 50-ish, Heat Exchanger for miniguns becomes more relevant. And then the cutoffs for other guns is different. Peregrine, Curry Hex, fun time. Nice. Transformers more than meets the eye. True. Transformer's still one of the best defensive shields, at least versus bullet enemies. Absolutely. Absolutely. Like, some of my favorite defensive shields: Transformer, Beskar, Big Boom Blaster. I think all three of those are underrated. Nothing super fantastic on the shield wall, honestly. Like, I don't feel like re-rolling. That Big Boom Blaster has a Corrosive Nova. That's not bad. Wish that amp had been Reflect or Absorb. Could go Old God and do some pet shenanigans, I guess. Capacity delay adaptive. Look at that later. Samaraith, you want to add an S to that if you want to see the build stock. If you want to see what I'm currently using, Echo Cast has got you covered. I don't have anything spent in Purple Tree, so you see the whole skill tree. There's a Monarch. Non-LA though. Low damage. Well, not low damage, medium damage, but non-LA. And I'll outlevel it. Prompt critical, but it's non-LA in ×4. More reflexes. We have one ×3. Let's take that. Honestly, never messed with Beskar. A lot of people haven't. It's an arms race drop, which is enough of a gate for some people to just not touch it. On Optimum, give me my upload back. It's really struggling right now, isn't it? Ah, yes, it's stabilized at 1200 bitrate. You love to see it. Heat Exchanger might still be second for other augments too. That stupid 4 points and 1 pointer. Yeah, that's true. Getting 5 out of 1. Feature creep. 5 out of 1 feature creep and 6 out of 5 scorching RPMs. Still very competitive for other weapons too. Considering getting back to BL3, I've been playing a lot of BL1 lately. Ooh, it'll definitely be a jump going from BL1 to BL3 in terms of, like, quality of life alone, huh? Really like the vibes of BL1 and a lot of the gun design. It's just it's hard to go back to because I'm so used to like the complexity of this game, you know. But I am still a big fan of BL1.
I suppose.
Reflux started pretty out leveled. Put that there.
I'll take that.
Like the serious atmosphere. Me too. It feels bleak. Like you get that actual feeling of desolation and like it's a dog eat dog, like a skag eat skag. Well, skags are more like cats. It's a skag eat skag kind of world, you know? Like it's grim. They never really, in fairness, they never attempted to, but they never really captured that again. We're level 59. We can handle it. Let's hit one more. Let's hit a couple more diamond keys. I just want to get a new Beskar, and then we'll go do Malawan. Brother's Grim.
Come in, buy something. Everyone has their price. You will be back. You've got two
What's the
choices.
next backpack
Buy
thing?
an
Alright.
MPU or don't.
Another 2 mil. This one you actually almost feel terror in facing super badasses. I just like, it's more on the narrative side for me. Like, they hadn't opted for the goofiness that Borderlands 2 kind of brought the franchise towards. Like, any of the humor was, like, dark humor. I kind of preferred that tonally. That's just my opinion.
A handy trick.
Ember's Purge, that could be useful. Like BL4 to return that vibe, make more. Purple's great, like those days. I mean, purple's being great is a thing in each of the games. It's just people, lack imagination or the desire to experiment. You know, the most recent Lands game, Wonderlands, has the most instances of non-uniques being great out of any of them. So, like, if we're talking recency, they've been better about that than ever. BL3 has a fair amount of good purples. It's just they did make the mistake of, you know, the maximum difficulty having a 10,000% health increase, so a lot of them fell off, but there are still some good ones. Hybrid weapons never returned. There are hybrid weapons, just not in the same sense. Like, there is a hybrid you can only get in this room in this game. There's manufacturer hybrids. Hidsworth is a Hyperion SMG with a Malawan shield. Or sorry, it's a Malawan SMG with a Hyperion shield. Rather. Damned is a Vladoff AR with a Hyperion shield. Handsome Jackhammer is a TDR SMG, or a Hyperion SMG with TDR chucking. Ooh, double reflect plus ultra. That's cool. Like, they've got hybrids, it's just implemented differently. Now, depending on preference, that's not necessarily better. Like, there are some things that BL1 did that were, in a sense, carried forward, but just not implemented as well. Like, pearlescence, for example, were implemented much less successfully in its sequel, and then never came back again because they sucked in its sequel. I know a lot of people are championing for the return of pearlescence, but unless you specify BL1 pearlescence or Wonderland's Redux pearlescence, what's the point? Get rid of them. Once again, that's just my opinion. You ever give a full flak pet build a try? So I was curious if they buffed it is any good. I've done a fair amount of that, a couple different ways. I was messing around with a flak pet build to start a stream today, which I might take a break from this character and play a little bit more because I did promise that earlier and completely forgot because I have no attention span. But flak pet stuff is still worse than doing anything else on flak. You can make it viable. It's just clunky and still not as good as doing other stuff. They never fixed a lot of the issues with Purple Tree, but you know, you can still make a viable pet build. Just understand that it is worse than anything else you could be doing. Roid Beskar. I wonder if Impaler on the pet could be pretty good with a Bounty Hunter on. Never tried that. Just watch people play the arms race was entertaining, seeing people playing out what hands they were dealt, figuring everything out. I still really enjoy arms race because of that. I like the bare bones nature. I should take some of these to sell, in all honesty, but I can just not do the inventory management. We're basically just using diamond keys and trying to get a Beskar without having to step foot in arms race. There's nothing stopping me from doing arms race, it's just a lot of RNG. I can just try for it here. Here, let me play the pet build that I mentioned actually. Been on high speed run and gun Zane kick lately. It's pretty much how most people run Zane, huh? Try time.
A robotic piece.
Arms race was expanded on. I could see it being enjoyable. Just current stayed a bit met to me personally. It's hit or miss. It's very hit or miss. I'm a
I
fan.
believe there's a cabin near you.
Cat.
Good to see you, my boy.
I'm requesting a cat. Yes, you're a cat. Come cat over here. Come up here. Kevin, you gotta come up here for the camera. That's the wrong way. Yeah, you wanna jump up on this side? There's a Kevin. A cat. Brawler word work on pet. It's actually one of the better pet shields. Toilet paper. It's one of the better ones because melee-based pets do benefit from Roid. And the gun damage benefits the gun-based pets, and then the healing benefits the pets in either case as well. He's a good boy. Make a roid damage pet build. I mean, this setup, I have roid on my red suit for the pet. Fucking kitty right there. Sure is. Right, you got, this is an Iridian Skag setup. I was inspired by a conversation I was having in official server with someone who wanted to make Iridian Skag work, and like, it has one of my conceptually, like, I like the attack command. It's not really super practical in a lot of areas, but the idea of vacuuming a bunch of enemies into the constant AoE ticks you have the pet doing and then killing with hollow points, it's an idea that works against, like, low HP enemies like Malwan. Like, what you can do is you can spawn the pet down, attack command, it'll vacuum, and see, hollow point pops, and anything there, even if they're towards full HP, because of how powerful hollow point is, they just die. And Skags have more responsive AI than the other species of pet. The other thing the setup does is, because we are triggering Leave No Trace incredibly frequently through a combination of Throat Ripper and Megavore, we're able to just infinitely spawn OPQ drones. Trigger happy with my drones there. It's okay.
Strike now, beast.
Yeah, attack command, that one. AI moment. There we go. It worked. We use the attack command to kill a weak enemy, cause hollow point to kill everything around it. Does it roid benefit pets? It does, if you give them their own roid shield. That's why I have a roid augment on my red suit, because I'm using Take This to give the pet a copy of my shield, so my pet is getting a red suit with the exact augments mine has. So it's getting Nova and Roid.
I have no blood, so
Well, I'm not using Amp. Amp is better for me, but Roid is better for the pet, and then Nova benefits us both. Why is the Company Man so red? I don't know. Like Gage, you could put a shield in each pet and throw Roid on. Yeah, I'm doing that right now. Zane and Flak can both give their pets a copy of their shield, just like Gage can. Zane doesn't even need to spend skill points to do it. Flak has to go halfway down the purple tree, but... Suspicious. I had the wrong OPQ on this whole time. Now we have the correct one. could optimize this a little bit, as I mentioned before. Dropping the Atlas fire rate on the company man, picking up the mag size, so I can free up a class mod slot to grab Atlas crit. That's going to be more damage overall. Didn't know the Skags sit on top of enemies like that. Yeah, so the Iridian Skag's attack command is, it'll just hunker down and, like, vacuum everything in, and it does some damage ticks with that. But, like, we also have given it Atomic Aroma, which does AoE damage ticks, He Bites, which is not quite Reflect, but it'll inflict an instance of damage whenever it receives one. And we've given it a red suit as well, which is more AoE ticks. And then we also have Throat Ripper, which means any of that stuff can crit. Like, he was actually on an enemy's head. Oh, yeah, yeah. Skag pounces. So, like, he'll sometimes do that. It's genuinely useful. Too bad about the loaders. Yeah, it's definitely too bad. We'll see more lasers in BO4. I mean, there's plenty of lasers in this game, Samurai. They're just not a separate weapon category like in TPS, but there's lots of lasers in this game. Laser Sploder, Vibra Pulse is in this game. It did return. It's not very good, but it did return. SF Force, Ion Laser, Iceberger, Polyamorous, it sucks. I think Pulsars are the non-unique Maliwan SMG that does lasers. Star Killer's another laser. Like, there's a bunch of lasers in this game. It's 51 mayhem scale jump damage. Quasar, Hex, or non-gun lasers. Stormfront, even though it sucks, is technically a laser. Red Queen is a cool take on a laser. Some lasers. Yeah, there's plenty in this game. Some of them are very, very good. SF Force is very underrated. It's got super competitive damage. And Ion Laser has a weird usage loop, but it's got a couple unique things about it. Like, for example, it's a Maliwan assault rifle. You know, Maliwan has never made assault rifles. Now, it might be a bug with them classifying the wrong damage source, but Ion Laser is, to my knowledge, the first and only Maliwan assault rifle.
Muzzle off, boy.
What does Binary Operator do? Binary Operator has a hidden check it does, where if the damage you do with the shot bypasses a certain hidden value, and then that value bypasses the enemy's HP, the enemy just dies. So there are ways of putting enough damage formula onto a Binary Operator to force enemies below a certain HP threshold to just die outright. Binary Operator is one of, if not the most powerful gun you can use in a playthrough for that reason, because you just one-shot everything. But if you don't meet that check, then it doesn't do anything. It just does a very tiny amount of damage. So it's binary outcomes. Either the enemy gets one shot, or it does absolutely fucking nothing. Even bosses, if they have less than that HP total, yes. It's just that threshold is irrelevant enough in Mayhem 10, where it's very hard to get that to happen because enemies have plus 10,000% HP, you know? But in non-Mayhem, it's not too difficult to do that, especially if you were to do something like take a Mayhem 10, Mayhem 10 operator, win it through Echo Casts, and then claim it on a low-level character. where the level will adjust, but it'll still be Mayhem 10. So then you just take that through a playthrough and one-shot everything. Recycle it on all your characters as you see fit. Does that echo thing work? So basically whenever someone with EchoCast enables opens a compatible red chest or extracts an item in Arms Race, it'll pop up an event on your screen that you can choose to join, and if you win the event, then you can select one of the items from that chest or extraction to have it sent to your in-game mail. And you can claim it on any of your characters. It'll adjust level-wise to that character to the best of its ability. So like some items have level minimums, for example, but you can claim it on any character, and it'll be the exact heart roll and mayhem level of whatever the streamer got. Good hollow point there. Good job, Pat. Yeah, so attack command is kind of wonky with any of the melee pets. They don't quite know how to handle enemies of certain sizes and enemies at elevation. So, like, you can't attack command Malawan heavies, you can't attack command, at least with this skag, you can't attack command Malawan heavies, you can't attack command Wotan flying enemies. It just won't work. The pet will change targets to them, but it won't be able to do the attack command. Like, human-sized enemies are what you have to really target. Human-sized grounded enemies. Otherwise, it just moves the pet, which is still useful. Crazy looking back on it that was a thing. It's not that crazy at all, because it's so ridiculously difficult to get any specific part at anything in this game that someone else getting it, and then you having a chance to win it because you were there when it happened, that's not that crazy.
Light that giant bastard up!
It's too trigger happy there. Really fun at the time? Yeah, I maintain that it was good. There's a lot of people who would not agree, but I maintain that overall, despite the downsides, despite the controversies, it was good for game health, because it was good for engagement. And in the case of Arms Race, before people made it a wedge issue, it was fun. Where you had certain unsavory individuals knowingly using exploits thinking that it would help their channel grow, and before you had other people going too far in the other direction, painting anyone doing Arms Race being that kind of person. You know, like, before all that, I think it was seen a bit better universally as well. Certainly hope that that period of time doesn't damage the possibility of us getting things like that in the future. That would be sad. That would be tragic.
A titanic takedown.
Brilliant work, Vault Hunter! That ass kicking will make Malawan think twice before they come at us again.
Hot versions on it. Basically, it was used for, particularly with Arms Race and one specific chest, the one at the end of the story. At separate times, it was used for viewer farming in, like, somewhat of an unethical way. In the case of the Lilith chest, it was very centralizing in the directory. It was the most popular thing by far, and people were like, profiting financially off of it. So Gearbox actually changed the way that chest works in a hotfix. But then some of the people who were doing that were still bypassing that hotfix. They were launching their game without hotfixes and then going online, enabling EchoCast, and just doing the chest runs anyway. So they actually like blacklisted some people from EchoCast. Some people are just unable to use it. And then they patched out the Lilith chest working with EchoCast at all. Then a year later, with arms race extractions, for the first while, it was just people like myself just having fun playing arms race, extracting the regular gear and stuff. Then a couple things came in. One, mods for the game became public, which entailed a lot of people would just set their drop rates to guaranteed legendaries, including items that were not technically obtainable, like data mined items, and items that we were not supposed to, because at the time, Bloody Harvest and Cartels were not permanent yet, and neither was Broken Hearts. So people were basically enabling access to items players weren't supposed to have at rates that were kind of ridiculous as well. And knowingly distributing that stuff in some cases. And some people were going as far to use in-game exploits to make their farms even easier, despite everyone pushing back on that. And they did it knowingly, thinking that it would benefit their channels long-term. It caused a lot of debate in the community. Now, some people just got caught in the crossfire. Some people were just playing arms race with some mods to make it more interesting. Things like uncapped, like unrestricted drop pools. So, for example, you'd be able to get items from other DLCs in there, which just made the gameplay more fun and interesting. And I'm a big fan of that stuff. But basically, it was this whole shitstorm with mostly people who were just trying to vibe with the game mode getting caught in the middle. And then on one side, you had people who were very concerned about the implications of people gaming the system for personal gain, affecting the likelihood of us getting things. And then you had people who were trying to game the system. It was a mess. It was a mess. But the point is, it was enough of a series of controversies that there's a very real likelihood that it affected the perception of value of EchoCast as a whole. It's not concrete enough for me to say that that led to EchoCast being abandoned, because that's a bit of a reach. But, for example, we didn't have EchoCast at all in Wonderlands. We didn't have player mail at all, which was another kind of similar thing that caught a similar level of flack from a similar crowd of people. We didn't have player-to-player mail in that game. But, like, I certainly hope that the next title doesn't end up missing out on the opportunity to have features like that because of community controversies. New skip inside our arms race? Ooh, what'd you do? People take a cool thing, abuse it for personal gain? Never. I happen to miss the heat for just playing arms race myself. I had lost interest in playing that. For a while it was my main content, but I'd lost interest in playing that, and I went back to doing like build crafting focused stuff. And then like a week later is when the whole thing fucking blew up. But yeah, I'm a big fan of modded arms race, just increasing enemy spawns, changing the enemies to like bosses from the normal game is really cool. You know, enabling drops from DLCs and base game quest rewards and stuff really created these unique scenarios where you'd have items that normally don't have any place in the game where they shine, just performing super well. Like the Kaleidoscope. It's a purple quest reward pistol from DLC 2 that I guarantee a lot of you forgot about. It's such a good item in arms race, but like you don't have anywhere else where you'd ever use it. The Amazing Grace, that base game quest reward Jacob's pistol that's just like a bad call pistol, can't be anointed, super slow fire rate, not really useful in any capacity. It's a good grab if you happen to drop it in a modded arms race. Things like that. Just fun gameplay. Got an Atlas launcher, you can get the trick shot loot room way faster, rocket jumping off rocks, can send in Discord. Ooh, cool. Yeah, I'd love to see that. Sated's left in now is evidence enough of that. Now, like, we don't know that that was the cause. Let's take the most measured approach to that. Like, we don't know that. It could have been a contributing factor, it might not be connected at all. It could have just been deemed a financial drain to keep updating GoCast. Like, I don't know. None of us have any way of knowing. I certainly hope it wasn't connected to the community controversies. That's my take there. And I also, while we're on the subject of that, I hope that all those attached controversies being, you know, related to arms race, I hope that doesn't sour people on the concept of it the same way OP levels did that for DigiPeak for a lot of people. You know, DigiPeak itself, good content, but it was attached to OP levels being a terrible game design choice. So, for a lot of people, they can't separate those things from each other, you know? It's a nice 433 mil hollow point. From just the pet doing its thing. Never hearing about that stuff, never used EchoCast thing myself, it would be sad if it discontinued because of all that. It would be. Like, early on, it was super well received as well, because one of the most popular things to do, this was once the Lilith chest stuff was fixed, and also while that was going on, but the people who didn't want to be shady were using it in other ways. A lot of people would do just boss rushes through every main boss in the game because they all had a red chest after them, and they'd just chat with viewers while doing boss rushes and helping to distribute gear. This was early on in the game's life, and it was really cool. Early on, Gearbox also released analytics showing that viewer retention of channels with EchoCast was just higher. So your channel did grow by having the extension on at a faster rate than other channels did. And the functionality of EchoCast is just great in general. I want every game to have an EchoCast, if nothing else for just the viewing builds aspect, you know? The being able to see skill tree and equip gear. That's just a cool feature, and that's the kind of thing I really don't want to miss out on.
Go, boy! Gorge yourself!
Hi, Pericles, how are you? Niche one, but OSRS has EchoCast for viewing stats, building gear stuff. Yeah, I know a few other games have extensions, like Destiny 2 has one, Back 4 Blood has one, Cult of the Lamb I think is another one. Twitch integration is really cool, and I think there's some untapped potential there with games. Yeah, BL2, I think there's a mob dude that created your showing, so if your showing is really cool. Mopi made that, right? Yeah, man. Good stuff.
Even as a flock, the Valkyries couldn't end my hunt.
Those
Like in games where people are highly likely to ask about stuff built here, etc. It's such a nice thing to have. Oh yeah, it's incredibly useful. Like, the number of times in Wonderlands where I've been in a Chaos Chamber run and someone's asked about my build and I've had to say, and I quote, "Remind me after the run." Like, it's a lot. That's gotta be in the triple digits. Whereas if there had been an extension, I could have been like, yeah, just look at the overlay. Or they wouldn't have had to ask at all. I know for some people who like lurking, and they really don't want to actively chat for whatever reason, and that's perfectly valid, they just never get to find out because they don't want to ask. They have to wait for someone else to ask, and then be there for the answer. Or make a clip, you know? Being able to just silently check the bill is really cool.
A true predator's kill.
Hey, Anonymous, thank you for the $10. It's very kind of you. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Helps me out a lot. Take me to my dashboard.
Longer together.
Yeah, no message or anything. Just thank you for the $10. I appreciate that. Manifesting this for Phantom Liberty in the worst way. I need Phantom Liberty. I need it. Like, narratively, it looks so fucking cool, but also the gameplay things. Idris Elba being Idris Elba. Like, gimme. I love everything about it. Gimme. Too bad you can't see 4th Tree and EchoCast, though. Yeah, that's one of those things. The degradation of EchoCast over time is really upsetting. It used to be able to see, you know, 4th Tree and items from DLC 5 and 6. But one day, at some point down the line, it broke and it was never fixed. So now 1/3 of the game's paid DLC is not recognized by the game's Twitch integration. Yeah, that's not a good look. Also the fact that you need to kind of play around with EchoCast to get it to function. Like, you need to turn it off and on at the start of every stream, because they broke that at some point too. Good kills there, Pat. Good kills. Watching this makes me really hope they turn on the visual pollution for the next entry. I hope so too, Vocal. But if we look at the way AAA gaming is going, visual pollution is some sort of flex, apparently. Like, there's a couple of games that I've had my eye on that, like, I want to be interested in, but looking at the trailers and stuff, it's just, I can't see what's fucking happening through all the particle effects. And very few AAA games are that I can think of that I've followed recently are immune to this. It's a complaint I have about Diablo 4. That Immortals of Avium game looks interesting except for the fact that I can't fucking see anything through all the particle effects. Elden Ring is guilty of this too. Like, I at least have it as an accessibility option for, like, turning that shit way down. And to Diablo 4's credit, it does have this. But, like, maybe you don't need to develop it like that in the first place. But at the very least, accessibility option to turn down or off particle effects would be so huge. Starfield didn't seem like it had visual pollution. Hopefully that remains that way.
Now that is definitely your target. Light that giant bastard up.
That's pretty clean.
Brilliant work, Vault Hunter. That ass-kicking
Elden Ring's visual pollution depends on the enemy you're fighting. Also depends on what you're using. There's some incantations and sorceries and stuff that you can't use without completely blinding yourself. It is not just enemy dependent. Because you can apply that logic to this game as well. You know, you don't get a lot of visual pollution if you run around shooting, I don't know, a Jacob's shotgun without amp. You don't get a lot. But you could also use a complex route. There you go, visual pollution. It's very dependent on what you do. Now, sure, the saturation matters, like how many things in this particular game have annoying particle effects, and in this game it's most things, but it is still present. Peregrine Hunter Seeker's unfair. Peregrine and Hunter Seeker don't work together. Peregrine spawns the grenade inside the hitbox of the enemy, and Hunter Seeker doesn't do anything unless it can travel to the enemy. And Skyrim built on the same engine as Fallout 3. They've been using the same engine since, like, Oblivion. Bethesda's been using the same engine for like 20 fucking years now, almost.
A hunt with a bounty. That would buy a lot of chew toys.
Fadeaway Maggie was always rough for me. Yeah, the amp VFX and then the ricochets and the multiple projectiles. Yeah. Like it worked on Grave Ward. So there's maybe cases of certain enemies where the hitboxes work out in such a way that the grenade has time to still do stuff. But like, Hunter Seeker is one of the worst grenade choices you can make when doing Peregrine. It will do, at best, almost nothing. At that point, you should just not use a Peregrine. You should just throw Hunter Seekers and use a class mod that boosts your damage better. Because something to keep in mind with Peregrine is it does not, I repeat, it does not do much for your damage. It facilitates an interaction that leads to damage, but if you're not taking advantage of that interaction, it doesn't do anything. We can do a hack. Haunt shouldn't be too hard, right? We can handle Haunt. Our hitboxes are omega cursed. Yeah. Delightful ways we handed the game its ass today. We've been doing basically no you. Since like level 38, Stump. Just been memeing and dreaming. Elder Scrolls 6 soon, Copium. Hey, maybe we'll get Elder Scrolls 6 by the time I'm 40. Probably won't. Because I fully expect Starfield to have longevity. Like, if Starfield is this capstone thing, the way they've been presenting it, they won't be following that with another game for a while. They're definitely not working on another game while they're doing Starfield the way they are.
I hear you, beast.
Or I'll get to play Elder Scrolls 6 in the retirement home. Stuff like Hex is good. Yeah, grenades like it. You want things that benefit from making contact as soon as possible. So yeah, Hex is not necessarily... Hex is better for it than Hunter Seeker, I'll say. But like, sticky grenades, for example. Fish Slap is an obvious example because Fish Slap can't normally be homing, and it's something you want to directly impact with. So Peregrine delivering Fish Slap, very, very good. Gas Call is another one. You want a direct impact with a Gas Call? There you go. Light Speed. Things where the focus is bonk enemy with grenade itself. Those are the most Peregrine friendly. Bomb is a good one. Yeah, Starfield have years of bug fixes. True. Fastball? Yeah. It'll be like immediate extra damage. Did I break this quest by going too fast? I think I might have. I think I broke it. Thing is, fastball in terms of... It's harder to get value out of fastball than other things because it's a low hit count thing that doesn't really doesn't proc anything notable or anything. Like, Fish Slap, sure, you can get... Fish Slap is, a lot of the time, one hit, but it'll do things like trigger a static charge, which is multi-target, do things like apply Unleash the Dragon, etc, etc, etc. Fastball is just going to be, hey, you got one instance of damage. Now, on Amara, the dot provided from Fastball is very significant, and I can't say that I've really tried to get value out of Fastball dot on Peregrine Flag. Maybe that's something to mess around with at some point. But the value is less immediately apparent than the value of other grenades. I think saying it would be bad is a stretch, though. Water. Amazing. Epicenter? Yeah. Yeah, Epicenter would work. Widowmaker is an underrated grenade that I think really shines through Peregrine. Miracle Bomb. That's another one.
Of course, as I mentioned, pipe bomb, but I'm going to mention it again. Pipe bomb. It's great. How you doing, Big Bog?
The hunt sings! Distract them!
Water. Okay, it was worth it. Get the spark plug going. So the AC Cryo over here is not particularly helpful, but I don't really have... I mean, I guess I have Rad on the Mesmer. I can use that. But I wanted the Hunter Seeker doing damage. Stick with that, then. Fallout 3 New Vegas, etc. was Gamebryo engine, which is outsourced from another company. Then Skyrim, Fallout 4, 76 were all in the Creation engine, created by Bethesda. Starfield will be the first game on the new Creation engine 2, and then be used for Elder Scrolls 6. Ah, thank you for the fact check, Irish. Yeah, so Creation engine is 12 years old. It is about time for them to use a new one. Now, Creation engine 2 doesn't, obviously, the name's not indicative of performance, but it doesn't inspire awe. Sorry if this was already asked, but how does triple sticky work with Peregrine? Peregrine will just plop the sticky on the enemy. So since it's already there, it'll just stick and then do its thing.
Pocket rats!
So it'll apply exactly as if you'd thrown it yourself.
Don't hold back!
Alright, get ready to jiggle.
Distract them!
It never gets old, man. So good.
Have my gratitude. Pocket rats!
Peregrine plus triple sticky equals carefree potato aim. Basically, yeah. One thing to note is that those grenades tend to have a lot of radius, so it's easy to get yourself in a bad situation if you're standing too close when they apply. But yeah, for the same reason, Peregrine Fish Slap is very good, because it allows you to apply a very high damage grenade in a way that the grenade throw itself wouldn't really happen. It's like, you can't get a triple sticky homing, for example, but since the racks are homing and the racks deploy it, well, that's a way of doing that. Same thing with Fish Slap. Also allows you to go for manufacturers other than Hyperion, because if you're throwing sticky grenades, generally people will opt for, if they have a say in the matter, Hyperion, because longbow grenades are easier to actually land. But longbow deployment is one of the lower damage variants of triple sticky. So being able to just deploy it easily through racks is another big W of Peregrine. And then of course there's the fact that Peregrine deployed racks do not consume grenades. So you don't need to worry about serving your grenades if you're just deploying them that way.
Fly!
or at least you have an even bigger functional supply.
Thrill of the hunt! The strength of the pack.
I'm only taking this much damage because my best car is 21 levels under. Hey, a gas call. Neat. I think we'll actually use that.
You will return to Maurice and reap your final reward. There is an ominous tone to your words.
New engine doesn't mean better game. 343 made a new engine for Halo and apparently dropped all DLC plans because the engine was too hard to work with. Amazing. Yeah, Halo Infinite was certainly one of the games of all time. Ghost Call Warloader is overpowerful for bus fight. I've heard that. But I see your bus fight, and I raise you.
Loot chest. Bravo! As an added bonus, your viewers have a chance at winning a copy of your loot.
The rack build simply never stops moving forward, never stops killing. I never stop hitting my action skill. And for those of you who want challenge, I don't have the safety blanket of invisibility. I just never saw the draw of going to fadeaway, unless you're trying to use stackbot cheese to one-shot bosses or something. I just screamed we got a Vindicator gas call, I've done 1700 and no drop. I honestly prefer Roided, because Vindicator requires better aim. It's higher peaking, but less consistent, because if you miss one of those two skulls, you just did jack shit for damage compared to just hitting the Roided. Tell me that's not a real thing someone genuinely posted. Oh, there's more parts to that one, Vocal. There's a part 2. Thanks for the Hornet. You're welcome, Reactor. I've yet to play a fadeaway build that kills any faster than the rack build from a mobbing perspective, and now bosses are literally quit reload loot pinatas. 0 or a challenge, so would using fadeaway make a 10-second boss kill a 5-second boss kill? Do I care about that? No. This was someone being very combative in Lazy's chat about 3 years ago, and it was so iconic. It was so amazing. Going for Vindicator because rare. I've known before Roided's better. I mean, better is like
A hunt with a
better.
That would buy a lot of
Damage potential Vindicator is still, you know. Vindicator is a trophy item that is also worth using. I do respect it a lot for that. It also serves as an excellent example of even minor part variants can create extremely rare items. Like, the only ways a gas call can drop are normal, roided, cloning, Vindicator. 4 different combinations, but individual weighting for each of those, it's still extremely rare. So, you know, anyone who says no rare farms, once again, it's just a self-report that they do not care to understand how the game they're criticizing works. Should people say the word? That's ridiculous sometimes. Happens in any sort of online discourse on anything. You know, some people just go try to pick fights because they're bored. Some people have the unfortunate character trait of believing they're the smartest person in the room and wanting to make sure everyone knows it. It's like, ugh. Hey, Lucas, thank you so much for the Prime. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Is there a copy pasta trashing speedruns? I think I have that one saved too. Let me find it. No, I don't have it saved, but there is one. It originates from like a Sonic speedrunners chat, I think. I think that's where it's from. And it was like a weirdly politically charged one too. It was so strange. Someone knows the one I'm talking about. Yeah, the political one. Yeah, yeah. Opinion on the internet, disgusting. Can you imagine? Biggest load of BS I've ever seen. The game's not for fun, but to do BS like this. Why would anyone do this BS? Play a game without having to play the game. Makes no sense. Makes no scene to me. Amazing. My favorite is the people who will go see how long the speedrun of a game is, and then say that the game's a ripoff because it's only that amount of time long. Like, they'll see the speedrun of a game is 2 hours, and be like, why should I pay $60 for 2 hours? Like, hang on, wait. That's not how that, Those beat the stuff. I got all BL1, BL2, and TPS Wild Hunters at the same time and changed my mind. I can't, because mathematically that's true. If the metric was one-shotting, that's true. We've proven that. Graphs exist, if you'd care to see them. Hate to be that guy, but I'm not a sub, so you'll get an honest, non-kiss-ass opinion, lol. The fact you use Sal, max skill tree is like, really? And OP gear. I'm aware it's 0 before some stan attacks me. Really took away from the run. Still cool nonetheless, but just saying, laughing emoji. After that glitch through Bloodshot nonsense, I had to turn it off. I get it's a category and all, but BS like that invalidates the entertainment value instantly. You think it hurts to be that person? Do you think they're in just a constant state of pain? See if I have any other juicy ones. They're too stupid to realize they're stupid. Yeah, you're probably right. Got a character with the Dragon Lord fight in the Chaos Room tutorial, filled up on Moon Orbs during it, then rolled 160 straight rolls on a gun without getting the enchant. Game's not even giving me a freebie. Damn, Nunu. That's fucking... Fuck re-rolling. All my homies hate re-rolling. Oh, here's one. This is another real one. Reality really is stranger than fiction. You said a reactor. I guess having an unlimited ammo gun that doesn't have to reload that drops enemies classified speedruns is legit. Yeah, this doesn't count, bro. You cheated for this time. Grow up and get a life. Get a life, someone says, as they're criticizing a video game speedrun. Yeah, that tracks. And there we go, boys. The reason I've always held the belief gamers need to be oppressed, and why I called you tryhards who feel the need to follow the trends and change it up to keep up with the meta, forgetting that this is a game, a PvE one, where you don't have to compete against anyone, and that doesn't have to indulge in a meta. That's another real comment.
This was fun. Wait, no. What's the word? Tolerable.
Oh, here's another one. Which famous person said this one? Sure, I don't have to say these are not ironic. Oh yeah, the ones I'm posting too are actual things people said. There's like some fake shit posts people have made in the spirit of them. These are actual things people have said. There should be a president. Quit gaming 8 months ago. Bought a new car. I have an amazing new girlfriend. Make a shitload of money and I'm buying a house this spring. I party every weekend. I'm never home. I'm enjoying life. Do yourselves a favor. Stop trying to make gaming a career. It's cringe as fuck. Who said that? Some famous person said that shit. Some famous stupid person, but, you know. And then there's, of course, that ninja one that everyone knows.
Dude, you're actually so fucking stupid to ruin others' experience by killing them doing new content. Really? I'm so glad this fucking relic of a game is the only fucking one left. These shit games where fuckers like you can ruin other experience. Fucking ridiculous, all the shit world PvP player killing, teleport killing, etc. Shit old game. Interesting gameplay. I'm glad you think so. You know, standing in Sanctuary reading copy pastas is about as much gameplay as save quit farming items, so you know, technically still the baseline Borderlands experience. Hope you're having a good one. Let's do Trial of Supremacy. A little more XP. Just about to mention the ninja one. It's so good. It's so good. I've heard this part of the song for a while. The music keeps playing when you're not here, interestingly. So, like, because I walked out of the loot room before without finishing it, it just picked up where it was already still going. One detail. It's just a game, a Brawless Wife. Ooh, I forgot about the Brawless Wife one. But yeah, it's just a game one is the one I was thinking of. Man, how many cringe ninja-related things are there? Probably everything, huh? There's the flossing at New Year's. There's the Brawless Wife. There's It's Just a Game. There's being a grown man saying and doing the things he does in general. Hey, make some money. I'd be that cringe too if I was that wealthy. Fortnite requires skill and precision or whatever the hell it was. Let me find. Oh no, I don't have the unmodified version. I just have an uwu-ified version. Let me find the original. The phrase, "it's just a game," is such a weak mindset. You're okay with what happened. Losing, imperfection of a craft. When you stop getting angry after losing, you've lost twice. There's always something to learn. Always room for improvement. Never settle. August 16th, 2020. Iconic. Tell me you know the Fortnite vs. Sports one. I don't know that one. Tell me more. Ooh, Dark Army. Droid Torch could be fun. Torch on the pet. I'm gonna try that. We'll dump this Quasar and hope I won't need it. Still haven't got that Beskar upgrade that I want, but it's okay. Do not kill the part of you that is cringe. Kill the part that cringes. That's just good life advice. I should grab a hail or a crit for like second wind weapon. But I have this Embers. It's not leveled Embers, but it'll still... I should reroll to you, Rad. Throw one roll at it with Bloody Harvest on. Watch, streamer luck. No streamer luck. Okay. Yeah, we'll do Trial Supremacy. That'll get us past the level 60 mark.
A hunt with a
And then
bounty.
that means next time we'll be able to get to level 72 pretty quickly. And I mean, we already did Malawan takedown. I could do Guardian with current gear, in all honesty. Sparkplug once again being crazy. We can do sillier Nova Shield stuff. Like, we haven't done any rack stabbing. Here it is. Let me see this. Never understand how college and NFL football teams allow kickers that just miss kicks. I feel like there has to be a pool of kickers in the USA that won't miss simple kicks, or snappers that won't miss the snaps. I don't know, man. It seems silly with all opinions on this. And then someone responds, never understand how pro Fortnite players just miss shots. Yeah, making the equivalent thing. Then Ninja says, this is the shittiest reply ever. Fortnite requires movement, editing, building, rotating, and hitting shots. There are not positions in Fortnite. A kicker's job is literally to kick. Horrible analogy, kind of embarrassing. Wow. Yikes, man. The thing is, the thing that really fucks me up about that is, like, this is a guy with things to lose. This is a guy who definitely has a publicist who has told him what kind of things to say and not say. This was such a saucy take that he just couldn't hold it in. Someone who's very aware the importance of optics, as all these dude bro, you know, gaming influencers are. Or like, bad optics could kill their career. And like, he still couldn't hold that one. That's how bad, that's how core that belief is to him. It's wild. What is the spark plug? Artifact prefix. Creates a, on slam, a little Tesla coil thing that, it's slide damage, so it's mayhem scaled, times 21. But it's also good damage, it's capable of critting, and it lingers. So you can stack up a bunch of them, you can place it and then run away, get a bigger Guardian Angel bonus. And, certain enemies have hitboxes that are particularly vulnerable to the spark plug. Meaning it just kills them really fast. Such enemies include Scourge, the final boss of the Guardian Takedown. Any large Saurians, so the boss in Cistern of Slaughter, the boss in Trial of Instinct, including the true version. The Rampager is another one that's very vulnerable to the spark plug, the way the hitboxes work. Spark plug's extremely good. When you're still on during my lunch break, hey, I love having you here, Kurt. Good to see you. Hope your day's going well. Fortnite requires movement of your fingers. Kicking doesn't, except for being able to run full speed then touch your toe to your forehead. Goals when your Wikipedia specifies you as a gamer. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Judges?
Pocket rats.
Here's political speedrunning one. It was a Twitter thread. It's nicely condensed here. Oh yes. Hey, Wood Turner. Question about Redux, if you don't mind. I was lost soul farming mirror bosses Saturday night, doing a lot of damage, killing the boss efficiently. Yesterday went back to it, no changes, doing less damage. Aware of any map change or restart glitches would cause that? Yes, there is one where sometimes upon loading in or changing maps, the game will not properly apply the health increase from chaos levels. So you'll be just one-shotting everything. It happens. Yeah, that is the thing. So what's likely is you were farming with that glitch on, and now you're seeing your damage without it. It's really annoying that that's still a thing. It's been a bug since launch, and they never fixed it. Yeah, this pasta, it's long. It's long. It's a Twitter thread, but like the first sentence is, I was thinking about why so many in the radical left participate in, quotes, speedrunning. The most popular form of this pasta is someone
had
Yes.
like Sonic the Hedgehog voice it and just say it while racing. But like, oh, it is a doozy. It is nonsensical. This person belongs in a facility.
Rest now. Your hunt is over.
Hey Kirk, thank you for the prime in the 22 months. Resub, I appreciate it. I need you.
This is my purpose.
Oh, did you guys see we got a sequel to The Water's Turning the Frogs Gay? We actually got a sequel. Real life stuff. There's been a sequel to the meme. Cinematic universe is growing.
Resub.
Thank you again, Kirk. I really appreciate it. He made it a gunless flag. Yeah, Junction. We have powered up to be gunless flag. Hey, Swin. How you doing?
Distract them.
I almost hit with that one. There we go. We hit with the gas call. Boss is dead. Barely lived.
You are weak.
Elementalist. Rebel yell. More like rebel smell. I know it's not my best friend.
So you found me some loot?
Hey Vibes, how are you?
Big fat loot chest. Bravo!
Spring Epicenter. With terror damage and fire rate. That is a hell of a drop, actually.
Of your loot.
We were talking about good Peregrine grenades earlier. This is a good Peregrine grenade. And this is a good Annoy to have on it. This grenade also applies a pretty good dot. Cut Purse Cosmic Crater ain't bad. Not the biggest BL2 fan nowadays, but I might try the Azurlands mod. Ever saw it? I've heard of it. I have no idea what's in it. I should keep that until I... Do I have another grenade with AOC fire? No. Get rid of that fish, though. And that Hunter Seeker. Inventory space. It's level 60, close to level 61. It's a bunch of QL stuff and new skill trees and reworks. There's a lot of overhaul mods in that vein for that game. I'm a big fan of Lands and also BL2 Wonderlands, and those two are compatible with each other. I had those on for playthrough I did at the beginning of this year. Enjoyed that a lot. A couple other minor mods have come out for BL2 that, like, if I was doing another playthrough like that, I'd have even more fun stuff to add. Like, that game has really cool mods. Kind of hard to get me to go back. Same boat. Same boat. I have seen implementation of Borderlands in a way that I like a lot more, and it's hard to perceive the predecessors to that entry the same. Because, like, as an endgame player, BL3 is the gold standard.
A hunt with a bounty.
And watching you, I appreciate that, T-Dog. Like, on the stream, or
Welcome back,
when I stepped outside to throw out trash, or, like, in my sleep, or, like... Which way are we talking? Hey, Foster. Hope you're well today.
Hey, Balls Hunter. Let's go somewhere chill as hell.
Yes. Ah, I see. Red suit with the pet anoint. The pet build I was playing. This is that. Except power charge not useful for the pet, and safe space arguably bad on the pet. Still, that's cool. Forgot they never fixed the Twitch extension. Yeah. Endgame watching load screens, sometimes killing a boss. Hey, endgame being in takedowns. And slaughters, and proving grounds. Couple items that are just numbers. Yeah, anything from DLC 5 and 6 is not recognized by EchoCast. So that includes Purple Tree, just doesn't show up. Now, I'm Flak, so I'm almost never using Purple Tree, so it's less of an issue there, but you can't see that part of my tree. Any items I have from DLC 5 or 6 don't show up, so these two would be the culprits. They'll just be white numbers with long strings. Any anoints introduced in DLC 5 also don't show up properly. Also, when you use the bathroom? Ah, yeah, that's... Fair enough. Let's...
I wondered where that went.
Let's do Malawan takedown now. With this really underleveled Beskar. And this questionably valuable rack pack. I mean, I can switch to this Bounty Hunter. Or the, bosses. Probably do. But yeah, let's do Malawan takedown. At level 60 with, level 30 artifact. 38 shield. Flak is cool? I agree. I think Flak is very cool. My first playthrough, chose Flak. Flak was my first choice as well. And in all my hours of this game, Flak has remained my favorite. Love the Monkey. Monkey is definitely amusing. Woke up today like, huh, I can't feel my left arm, time to turn on quite extreme. Ah, that doesn't seem like the response you should have to that.
Lorelei, I have located the Malawan facility.
Wicked! Get in there and take down whatever Malawan's cooking up. I don't care how you do it, as long as it's messy.
Not bad. It's a meme. It's a meme. No meta. Throughout the early life of BL3, a lot of people who didn't want to put in 5 seconds of effort to learn how Flak works. They complained about the survivability and things like that instead of actually figuring out how to solve the problem. So Flabad became a meme, because also there was a typo for a while where in the skill trees on this skill, Flak was spelled as Fla. So combine the two. It's an old meme. Like easy. Flak is the hardest to play of the 4 Vault Hunters in terms of you know, skill floor. For example, Flak is the sole character that doesn't have lifesteal as a form of survivability. You're a little less directly tanky. You don't really face tank things as Flak. And that alone is enough to give some people some issues. If you know, you know. Then play the others, so. Putting in perspective, Zane is like so easy, he's boring to anyone who really vibes with, say, Flak or Amara. And then Moe's can be made to be very, very easy. This Beskar is so underleveled. That's okay. Only some attacks. It hurts.
Sky's fury.
Thanks, Gascall. Very cool. Main Zane when the game came out and came back sometime in 2021 and chose Amara. Very fun stuff. Yeah, it's worth noting Zane in terms of the state he was in when the game came out. Zane was like the character you think a lot on, and that sort of shifted because they made Zane way more simple, and Flack kind of understanding of Flack grew, so we understood more of what Flack was capable of over time, and then Zane actually physically just got simpler over time. Just a bit of a shame. New skill that makes my monkey big. Gamma Burst? Gamma Burst is fun. Yeah. Not sure how to feel about that statement, given my favorite characters are Zane and Amara. So here's the thing with that, Lucas. Amara is in this weird place where she's got some of the most complicated builds you can do that require a lot of presence of mind to the point where even people who live and breathe Amara and are top-end theory crafters such as Stone Swan sometimes have to have their own build write-ups in front of them while playing a build to remember how to do it. There's some real complex stuff you can do. But like baseline Amara stuff is as simple as pew pew gun, infinitely lifesteal, ricochet everything, move on. So like it's the skill floor is really low, but the skill ceiling is really high. Whereas Flack, the skill floor is high, and the ceiling isn't too much higher than that. In terms of, depends on what build you're doing. This is always build dependent, always an asterisk next to this. And then Moe's, it's just like the ceiling and the floor are like really low. Again, build dependent. Hey Zazzle, how you doing? Like 15 hours in the game. I have 7,400 and change. Been a minute, nice to see you all again. Hope everyone's doing well. Yeah, I'm doing great. It's good to see you as well. No pew pew. Yeah, sorry. We don't pew pew, we know pew pew.
Pocket rats.
I guess let me amend what I said about Mose. Mose is one of those characters where you don't change your gameplay much, but knowing how she works gives you a lot more flexibility. Whereas Flack, it's gameplay choices. With Amara, it's both, and with Zane, you don't need to know shit about shit. You don't need to have the slightest idea what's going on to succeed on Zane. Ran out of grenades. Use Splug. To use Iron Bear 20 Power Burst and hide inside the bear nowadays. Hey, that works on Death Mode. That definitely works. That is one of the more amusing uses of Pyro Burst. I respect that. Firehawks are cooler. Yeah, Rack Attack is a cool action skill. But all three of Flak's main action skills are very good and very viable. Rack Attack, Fade Away, and Gamma Burst. Gravity Snare is a big old pile of garbage. We don't talk about Gravity Snare. But the other ones are great.
That is not the end.
Gravity Snare meta. That Black Frisbee bad. Punch this guy. No, to any of you guys are talking about. So, there's different action skills. The one you talked about using is this one, Gamma Burst. The one I'm using is this one, Rack Attack. The other good one is this one, Fade Away. But then, this one, Gravity Snare, it sucks. That's what we're talking about.
Another false sight. I hear you, beast.
To give myself a little credit that I prefer the barrier, Cryo Crypt Filters in, started learning Kensei and Weave Rainbow with no sustainment on Amara. Yeah, those are some very inspired choices, and you definitely pick things that are more mechanically involved than the baseline stuff a lot of people will choose on those characters, which, nothing wrong with the classics, nothing wrong with the basics, they can be fun in their own way. And everyone's got their own playstyle preference, which is why it's another testament to BL3 character design being great, because between the four of them, you cater to so many playstyles that everyone is included. But I tend to prefer the more thoughtful things as well. So, I personally like your choices.
Pocket ranks.
Take a word, grab snare. Yeah, Gearbox can do that first. They make it work and I will. Quack, 250% damage on snare activation. It's actually 150 because that's tied to the Fade Away Anoint. So despite the fact that they visually buffed the grab snare Anoint, it's still 150 because the Fade Away Anoint is 150. So it doesn't even have that going for it.
The hunt takes all.
Gravity Snare Red like Phase Grass to me, would have enjoyed that. That would have been significantly better, yeah. Like, it's not even physically capable of affecting most enemies in the game. That's one of the most infuriating things about it. Like, some enemies just say no to it, but then the ones that do get affected, they get CC'd for less than a second. It's like, you know, using Stillness of Mind on Amara, how it gets interrupted by doing damage, so you don't get the value? It's like that, except that's how it's supposed to work all the time. The enemies will get, like, interrupted for half a second, then they'll get put down and continue shooting you while they walk out of the snare. It's like, what the fuck was the point? Like, there's zero chance someone actually tested that action skill and was satisfied with it. Emphasis on that last part. Context bait. Gravity Snare is meta and outperforms almost all other action skills in the game. I hate you for making me say that. How easy is Pipe Bomb to get? It's a quest reward. And it's also in Earl's Machine and the Gun after you complete that quest. Completely fixed parts, all you gotta worry about is Anoint. So, very easy to get. Fade Away is cool too, sometimes use that if I'm dying too much. Yeah, Fade Away, Gamma Burst, and Rack Attack are all good for builds. There's no wrong answer among those three. Missed you guys. We missed you too, Zazzle. It's good to have you. Can't wait to play this in Wonderlands on next gen at that glorious 60 FPS, so I'm still beyond grateful to be able to play them at all. Yeah. We missed you too. Oh, it's stupid how easy it is to get it. It's definitely interesting that such a powerful item is just basically there for free. That's sometimes detrimental. Like, the crit and the hail are stupidly easy to get and incredibly overpowered. But, like, Pipe Bomb's not overpowered, it's just good. So, like, I'm okay with that.
Now that is definitely your target. Light that giant bastard up.
Ouchies.
Go for the eyes.
Gas Call's insane. Remember when they buffed this thing? Remember when it was still a meta pick, despite being 22 levels under? Or no, it was 18. It was just 18 for Gas Call. It was 18 levels under, still a meta pick, and then they buffed it and gave it to us on level. Y'all remember that? I remember.
Marking your target. This is my purpose.
I just need to live long enough to throw a grenade. Okay, we're good. We're good. See? I just needed to be able to hit my grenade button. Well, now I need an actual grenade. Oh, it stopped. It's rude. Oh, I killed something. Okay.
Racks up my sleeve.
There we go. Now Reflect will kill you. Stand still and start shooting me, please. And still. Shoot me from there. Shoot me. That's not doing that thing. How's the Beskar working out for you? I mean, as you can see, against attacks that can reflect, it's incredibly broken. It's just the downside is attacks that can't reflect on an under-leveled Beskar. This kind of makes me want to do something interesting. Kind of makes me want to do runs with a level 1 Beskar, just to show how potentially broken it is. Because if you only get shot with non-elemental, non-splash guns and only get hit directly, you're still immortal. I'll have a new flak pet. Yes. How stupid it is? Yes. Usually skip the beginning and start at level 13. Almost always, yeah. There we go.
Titanic takedown.
Brilliant work, Vault Hunter.
Accurate representation of my first attempt going for the Hyperius Reflect kill in BL2. Just come on, come on. Hit the right angle. Move a little bit. Yeah, yeah. Hear you there. Beskar, good no-you shield. Yeah, Beskar's so good. It's crazy that no-you was such an awesome build when I first made it with the Rico, and then they just casually dropped the Beskar and just upgraded it massively. It's wild. And the Beskar remains an underrated shield. It's crazy to me. I know people really like the Revolter. It's a very flashy thing that's easy to wrap your head around it being broken, but like BL3's shield slot is insane with your options. Like this being one of them. It's really, really good. Number of possible builds for each VH is really exciting to me, and I play a bit of competitive FPS. The mechanically involved PP ones really interest me. Ooh, yeah, you could do some cool... So, the peak of endgame speedrunning for a couple of characters for some categories is Lucky 7 or Anarchy, and those are items that they're easier to use than a lot of guns, but you still do need some mechanical FPS aptitude to really push them far. So that's why if you look at some of the categories, some of the runners are just really cracked. People like Super and Butter are just very good in terms of their FPS mechanics. And it really helps out with some of these categories. In particular, runs to look at. You look at the record for True Guardian takedown on Moe's is Super's Lucky 7 run, which is 2 seconds faster than my Amara record, which is non-gun stuff. And it is not common that gun builds are competitive with non-gun builds in BL3 Endgame. Generally, non-gun is just better. So it's really interesting to see how these runs compare to each other. Clicking on heads provides an advantage. Yeah, if you're good at just clicking heads, it helps. It helps. It is still a useful skill, even in a game that really isn't a gun game. If Malon Slaughter was still the top difficulty when Beskar released, I think it'd have more love. GTD Hemo aren't its space. Right. I mean, GTD, it's useful in crystals against some of the enemies that'll mob you. But yeah. Yeah, definitely. And then, of course, the shield slot was getting more and more crazy at that time. Like, we got Revolter. That's around when Void Rift got popular, because it had been buffed. Obviously, Frozen Heart was known. Manuel came out after, which is another underrated, underrepresented shield. But yeah, Revolter was this thing that people really flocked to without good reason, I'd say. Revolter's both overpowered and overrated. It's extremely overrated. More love for Beskar. Go practice the CSGO to get new records. A. Speaking of Lucky 7, Lucky Flak, Tryhard build 1. I have neither the desire nor the FPS aptitude to push Lucky 7 to as far as it can go. I prefer running other stuff for Flak. And fortunately for a lot of content, non-gun is still peak for Flak. Like for takedowns and Hemo, non-gun's still better. But like Slaughters, Lucky 7 Flak goes pretty crazy. And you can look at all those runs on the later as well. Rico had some love in theory crafting circles. Anything non-gun was fairly unknown. Please don't murder your fragile body trying to L7. Yeah, I'll probably die. Flash in my eye. Game's way simpler when you're new. Oh, absolutely. This game is massive. This game is crazy in depth to the point where people like myself who've been playing it since the day it came out, I have, like I mentioned earlier, I have over 7,400 hours in this game, and that's just with the game open. That's not including time I've spent theory crafting with others, time I've spent watching other streams of the game, time I've spent just like staring at a skill tree without the game open. Like, it doesn't include any of those hours, of which that's a lot as well. Like, people like myself are still learning new things about this game almost every day. It's huge. It's almost infinite in terms of the potential. It's really underappreciated how deep this game is in terms of build crafting and item mechanics. I just see bigger numbers use the guns until other people tell me to kill. That's how they hook you. That's how they get you in, and then before long you'll find yourself butt slamming constantly to create a Tesla coil that crits something hard enough to make an explosion that through the power of math one-shots everything else in the room, and then powers up your next butt slam to the point where you can butt slam to one-shot everything else in the room. And also, while doing all that, you get a giant radiation chain reaction that goes blong, 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 and everything else in the room dies 3 times over. Why is Flak skinny? Because toes. Look at the toes. The dogs are out. I'll go hit the sack. See you guys tomorrow. Yeah, I think I'm going to call it as well. I've been live for almost 5.5 hours. But thank you guys for hanging out. I had an excellent time today. We read some copy pastas. We did some memery. Let's see who's live. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll be finishing leveling the 72 do the rest of the endgame content, you know, Guardian Takedown, Emo, all that stuff. It'll be a good time. Tizzle's on Warframe. I'd say hi to Tizzle. A lot of people playing Diablo. Pat's on Diablo as well. Yeah, let's say hi to Tizzle. Enjoy the new build and playthrough content. Yeah, I'm probably gonna mess around with refining that build a little more today. There's a few directions I could take it that I haven't tried. My butt slams one-shot all the homies. They sure do, Stump. Oh, and also, before we go, happy Juneteenth. Piss off a fascist. Jester put it best earlier today. So, yeah. All y'all wonderful people, just keep doing your thing. And, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. I'll see you tomorrow.